section 15 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Ding. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 12. The Machinery of a Ship. Part 2. Refrigerators, the searchlight, wireless telegraphy instruments, safety devices, the transmission of power on a ship. Refrigerators. Of late years, the frozen meat trade has increased by leaps and bounds. Australia, New Zealand, Argentina, Canada, and the United States send millions of pounds worth of mutton and beef across the water every year to help feed the populations of England and Europe. In past times, the live animals were sent to be either killed when disembarked or fatted up for the market. This practice was expensive and attended by much suffering of the unfortunate creatures if bad weather knocked the vessel about. Refrigerating machinery has altered the traffic most fundamentally. Not only can more meat be sent at lower rates, but the variety is increased, and many other substances than flesh are often found in the cold stores of a ship, butter and fruit being important items. Certain steamship lines, such as the Shaw, Seitel, and Albion, plying between England and Australia, include vessels specially built for the transport of vast numbers of carcasses. Upwards of 1 million carcasses have been packed into the hull of a single ship and kept perfectly fresh during the long 6 weeks voyage across the equator. Every passenger-carrying steamer is provided with refrigerating rooms for the storage of perishable provisions, and as the comfort of the passengers, not to say their luxury, is bound up with these compartments, it will be interesting to glance at the method employed for creating local frost amid surrounding heat. The big principle underlying the refrigerator is this: that a liquid, when turned into gas, absorbs heat. Thus, to convert water into steam, you must feed it with heat from a fire. And that as soon as the gas loses a certain amount of its heat, it reverts to liquid form. Now, take ammonia gas. The spirits of hartshorn we buy at the chemist's is water impregnated with this gas. At ordinary living temperatures, the water gives out the gas, as a sniff at the bottle proves in a most effective manner. If this gas were cooled to 37.3 degrees below zero, it would assume a liquid state, that is, that temperature marks its boiling point. Similarly, steam, cooled to 212 degrees Fahrenheit, becomes water. Boiling point, therefore, merely means the temperature at which the change occurs. Ammonia liquid, when glassifying, absorbs a great amount of heat from its surroundings, air, water, or whatever they may be, so that if we put a tumbler full of the liquid into a basin of water, it would rob the water of enough heat to cause the formation of ice. The refrigerating machine generally employed on ships is one which constantly turns the ammonia liquid into gas and the gas back into liquid. The first process produces the cold used in the freezing rooms. The apparatus consists of 3 main parts. 1. The compressor for squeezing ammonia gas. 2. The condenser for liquefying the gas. 3. The evaporator for glassifying the liquid. The compressor is a pump, the condenser a tube or series of tubes outside which cold water is circulated. The evaporator, a spiral tube or tubes passing through a vessel full of brine. Between the condenser and evaporator is a valve, which allows the liquid to pass from the one to the other in proper quantities. We can now watch the cycle of operations. The compressor sucks in a charge of very cold gas from the evaporator and squeezes it into a fraction of its original volume, thereby heating it. The heated gas now passes into the condenser coils and, as it expands, encounters the chilling effects of the water circulating outside, which robs it of heat and causes it to liquefy. It is next slowly admitted through the expansion valve into the evaporator. Here, it gradually picks up the heat necessary for its gaseous form, taking it from the brine outside the coils, which has a very low freezing point. The brine is circulated by pumps through pipes lining the walls of the freezing room and robs the air there of its heat until a temperature somewhat below the freezing point of water is reached. The room is well protected by layers of charcoal or silicate cotton, which are very bad conductors of heat. How the chamber strikes a novice can be gathered from the following description of a Cunard liner's refrigerating room. It is a curious and interesting sight. It may be a hot day on deck, nearing New York, and everyone is going about in sun hats and light clothes. We descend a couple of flights of stairs, turn a key, and here is winter, sparkling in glassy frost upon the pale carcasses of fowls and game and ruddy joints of meat, crystallizing the yellow apples and black grapes to the likeness of sweetmeats in a grocer's shop, gathering on the wall pipes in scintillating coats of snow nearly an inch deep. You can make a snowball down here if you like and carry it up on deck to astonish the languid loungers sheltering from the sun under the protection of the promenade deck roof. Such is the modern substitute for the old-time salt beef cask and bags of dried peas. The larder is so near the kitchen that while below decks we may just peep into the kitchens, where a white-capped chef presides over an army of assistants. Inside a huge oven are dozens of joints turning round and round by the agency of an invisible electric motor. But what most tickles the imagination is an electrical egg-boiling apparatus, which ensures the correct amount of cooking to any egg. A row of metal dippers with perforated bottoms is suspended over a trough of boiling water. Each dipper is marked for a certain time, 1 minute, 2, 3, 4, and so on. The dippers filled with eggs are pushed down into the water. No need to worry lest they should be done to a bullet, for at the expiry of a minute up springs the 1-minute dipper, and after each succeeding minute the others follow in due rotation, where 2,000 eggs or more are devoured daily. This ingenious automatic device plays no mean part. The searchlight. All liners and war vessels now carry apparatus which will enable them to detect danger at nighttime, whether rocks or an enemy's fleet, icebergs, or a waterlogged derelict. On the bridge or on some other commanding part of the vessel's structure is a circular glass-fronted case backed with a mirror of peculiar shape. Inside are 2 carbon points almost touching, across which, at the turn of a handle, leaps a shower of sparks so continuous as to form a dazzling light. The rays from the electric arc, as it is called, either pass directly through the glass lens or are caught by the parabolic reflector and shot back through it in an almost parallel pencil of wonderful intensity, which illumines the darkness like a ray of sunshine slanting through a crack in the shutter of a room. The searchlight draws its current from special dynamos, which absorb many horsepower in the case of the powerful apparatus used on warships. At a distance of several miles, a page of print may be easily read by the beams of these scrutinizers of the light. The finest searchlights are to be found ashore at naval ports, where, in case of war, a sharp lookout must be kept for hostile vessels. Portsmouth boasts a light of over 1,000,000 candle power, but even this is quite eclipsed by a monster light built by the Schuckert Company of Nuremberg, Germany, which gives the effect of 816,000,000 candles. An instrument of such power would be useless on board ship, owing to the great amount of current it devours, but in a port connected with the lighting plant of a large town, it would serve to illumine the country round for many miles. In addition to its value as an eye, the searchlight can be utilized as an ear. Ernst Römer, a German scientist, has discovered a method of telephoning along a beam of light from a naval projector. The amount of current passing into the arc is regulated by the pulsations of a telephone battery and transmitter. If the beam be caught by a parabolic reflector, in the focus of which is a selenium cell connected with a battery and a pair of sensitive telephone receivers, the effect of these pulsations of light is heard. Selenium being a metal which varies its resistance to an electric circuit in proportion to the intensity of light shining upon it, any fluctuations of the searchlight's beams cause electric fluctuations of equal rapidity in the telephone circuit, and since these waves arise from the vibrations of speech, the electric vibrations they cause in the selenium circuit are retransformed at the receiver into the sounds of speech. This German apparatus makes it possible to send messages 9 or 10 miles over a powerful projector beam. In the United States Navy and in other navies as well, night signals are flashed by the electric light. The pattern of lamp used in the United States Navy is divided transversely into two compartments, the upper having a white, the lower a red lens. 4 of these lamps are hung one above the other from a mast. A switchboard connected with the 8 incandescent lamps in the series enables the operator to send any required signal, one letter or figure being flashed at a time. During the Spanish-American War, the United States fleet made great use of this simple system, which on a clear night is very effective up to distances of 4 miles. Large arc lamps slung on yards over the deck give great help for coaling and unloading vessels at nighttime. The touch of a switch lights up the deck with the brilliancy of a well-equipped railway station. The day of the lantern dimly burning has long passed away from the big liner, cargo boat, and warship. Wireless telegraphy instruments. Solitude is being rapidly banished from the Earth's surface. By solitude, we mean entire separation from news of the world and the inability to get into touch with people far away. On the remote ranches of the United States, in sequestered Norwegian fjords, in the folds of the eternal hills where the only other living creature is the eagle, men may still be as conversant with what is going on in China or Peru as if he were living in the busy streets of a capital town. The electric wire is the magic news bringer. Wherever man can go, it can go too, and also into many places besides. We must make one exception, the surface of the sea. Cables rest on ocean's bed, but they would be useless if floated on its surface to act as marine telegraph offices. Winds and waves would soon batter them to pieces, even if they could be moored, which in 1,000 fathoms may be considered impracticable. So, until a few years back, the occupants of a ship were truly isolated from the time that they left port until they reached land again, except for the rare occasions when a passing vessel might give them a fragment of news. This has all been changed. Stroll into the saloon of one of our large Atlantic liners, and you will see telegram forms lying on the tables. In the 90s, they would have been about as useful aboard ships as a Macintosh coat in the Sahara. A glance, however, at pamphlets scattered around informs you that the ship carries a Marconi wireless installation and that a Marconi telegram handed in at the ship's telegraph office will be dispatched on the wings of either waves to the land far over the horizon. Inside the cabin, streams of sparks scintillate with a cracking noise, and your message shoots into space from a wire suspended on insulators from one of the mast heads. If circumstances favor, you may receive a reply from the unseen before the steamer has got out of range of the coast stations. The immense installations at Poldhu, Cornwall, and in Newfoundland could be used to flash the words to a ship at any point of the transatlantic journey. Owing to lack of space and consequently power, the steamer's transmitting apparatus has a limited capacity. The first shipping company to grasp the possibilities of the commercial working of the Marconi system was the Norddeutscher Lloyd, whose mail steamer, Kaiser Wilhelm der Große, was fitted in March 1900. At the present time, many of the large Atlantic steamship companies carry a wireless installation as a matter of course, ranking it among necessary things. The Cunard, American Atlantic Transport, Allen, Company Transatlantic, Hamburg American, and Norddeutscher Lloyd lines make full use of the system, as the conveniences it gives far outweigh any expense. A short time since maritime signaling was extremely limited in its range, being affected by flags, semaphores, lights, and sounds, which in stormy weather became uncertain agents, and in foggy, useless. Also, the operations of transmitting and receiving were so slow that many a message had to remain uncompleted. The following paragraph, which appeared in the Times of December 11, 1903, is significant of the very practical value of marine wireless telegraphy. The American steamer Crewland from Antwerp for New York, which, as reported yesterday, disabled her steering gear when west of the Fastnet and had to put back, arrived yesterday morning at Queenstown. The saloon passengers speak in the highest terms of praise of the utility of the Marconi wireless telegraphy with which the liner is fitted, and of the facility with which, when the accident occurred, the passengers were able to communicate with their friends in England, Scotland, and the continent, and even America, and get replies before the Irish coast was sighted. The accident occurred on Tuesday about noon, when the liner was 130 miles west of the Fastnet, and communication was at once made with the Marconi station at Crookhaven. Captain Doxrut was enabled accordingly to send messages to the chief agents of the American line at Antwerp stating the nature of the damage to the steering gear of the steamer and that he would have to abandon the idea of prosecuting the western voyage. Within an hour and a half, a message was received by the captain from the agents instructing him what to do, and at once the crew land was headed for Queenstown. Three-fourths of the total number of the saloon passengers and a goodly number of the second cabin sent messages to their friends in various parts of the world, and replies were received even from the continent before the Fastnet was sighted. 7 or 8 passengers telegraphed to relatives for money, and replies were received in 4 instances, authorizing the purser to advance the amounts required, and the money was paid over in each case to the passengers. The possibility of thus communicating between vessel and land, or vessel and vessel, removes much of the anxiety attending a sea voyage. Businessmen, for whom even a few days' want of touch with the mercantile markets may be a serious matter, can send long messages in code or otherwise instructing their agents what to do, while they can receive information to shape their actions when they reach land. The uncommercial traveler also is pleased and grateful on receiving a message from home. The feeling of loneliness is eliminated. The ocean has lost its right to the term bestowed by Horace, dissociabilis, the separator. Steamship companies vie with one another in their efforts to keep their passengers well posted in the latest news. Bulletins or small newspapers are issued daily during the voyage, which give, in very condensed form, accounts of events interesting to those on board. The amount of fresh news a steamer gathers during a passage is considerable, and is greatly relished by the passengers, who are invariably ravenous for signs of the busy life they left behind, more especially when they have departed on the verge of some important event taking place, and the bulletins are eagerly sought for when it is announced that an inward bound ship is in communication. The ship owners realize the importance and usefulness of being able to communicate with their commanders before the huge vessels enter narrow waters and issue instructions concerning their movements. The stations, which are placed at carefully selected points at well-adapted distances around the coast, are connected with either the land telegraph or telephone line, or are close to a telegraph office. They're kept open night and day, as the times of the ships passing are, of course, greatly dependent on the weather encountered during the voyage. For those on shore who are anxious to greet their friends on arrival with good or bad news, as the case may be, this arrangement enables them to be informed of the exact time of the ship's expected arrival, and they are left free to their own devices instead of enduring long waits on draughty piers and docks, which, on a wet or windy day, are almost enough to damp the warmest and most enthusiastic welcome. Cases have occurred where a telegram sent from the American side to an outlying English land station 2 days after a ship has left has been transmitted to an outgoing steamer, which in turn has retransmitted it to the astonished passenger 2 days prior to his arrival off the English coast, and it has now become quite a common thing for competing teams on vessels many miles apart and out of sight of each other to arrange chess matches with each other, some of these interesting events taking 2 or more days to be played to a finish. For naval purposes, wireless telegraphy has assumed an importance which can hardly be overestimated, as the whole efficiency of a fine fleet may depend upon a single message flashed through space. All navies are fitting instruments, the British Admiralty being well to the fore. Even in maneuvers and during the execution of tactical formations, the apparatus is constantly at work. The admiral gives the word, and a dozen paper tapes moving jerkily through Moore's machines pass the message round the fleet. The Japanese naval successes have doubtless been largely due to their up-to-date employment of this latest development of Western electrical science. No one knows how soon the time may come when the fate of a nation may depend on the proper working of a machine. Covering a few square feet of a cabin table, for rapid as has been the growth of wireless telegraphy, it is yet in its infancy. Safety devices. A ship is usually divided into compartments by cross bulkheads of steel. In event of a collision or damage by torpedoes or shell, the water rushing through the break can be prevented from swamping the ship by closing the bulkhead doors. Messrs. J. Stone and Company of Deptford have patented a system of hydraulically operated bulkhead doors, which is finding great favor among shipbuilders on account of its versatility. Each door is closed by an hydraulic cylinder placed above it. The valves of the cylinder are opened automatically by a float when the water rises in the compartment, and every cylinder is also controllable independently from the bridge and other stations in the ship, and by separate hand levers alongside the bulkhead. The doors can therefore be closed collectively or individually. Should it happen that when a door has been closed, someone is imprisoned, the prisoner can open the door by depressing a lever inside the compartment and make his escape. But the door is closed behind him by the action of the float. The transmission of power on the ship. There are 4 power agents available on board ship, all derived directly or indirectly from the steam boilers. They are 1. Steam, 2. High-pressure water, 3. Compressed air, 4. Electricity. On some ships, we may find all 4 working side by side to drive the multifarious auxiliaries, since each has its peculiar advantages and disadvantages. At the same time, marine engineers prefer to reduce the number as far as possible, since each class of transmission needs specially trained mechanics and introduces its special complications. Let us take the 4 agents in order and briefly consider their value. Steam is so largely used in all departments of engineering that its working is better understood by the bulk of average mechanics than hydraulic power, compressed air, or electricity. But for marine work, it has very serious drawbacks, especially on a war vessel. Imagine a ship which contains a network of steam pipes running from end to end and from side to side. The pipes must, on account of the many obstacles they encounter, twist and turn about in a manner which might be avoided on land where room is more available. Every bend means friction and loss of power. Again, the condensation of steam in long pipes is notorious. Even if they are well jacketed, a great deal of heat will radiate from the ducts into the below-deck atmosphere, which is generally too close and hot to be pleasant without any such further warming, so that, while power is lost, discomfort increases, with a decided lowering of human efficiency. We must not forget either the risk attending the presence of a steam pipe. Were it broken by accident or in a naval engagement, a great loss of life might result, or at least the abandonment of all neighboring machinery. For these reasons, there is, therefore, a tendency to abolish the direct use of steam in the auxiliary machinery of a modern vessel. High-pressure water is free from heating and danger troubles, and consequently is used for much heavy work, such as training guns, raising ashes and ammunition, and steering. One of its great advantages is its inelasticity, which prevents the overrunning of gear worked by it. Water, being incompressible, gives a positive drive. Thus, if the pump delivers a pint at each stroke in the engine room, a pint must pass into the motor, assuming that all joints are tight and the work due from the passage of one pint is done. Air and steam, and electricity too, if not very delicately controlled, are apt to work in fits and starts when operating against varying resistance and run away from the engineer. An objection to hydraulic power is that all leakage from the system must be replaced by fresh water manufactured on board, which, as we have seen, is no easy task. Compressed air, like steam, may cause explosions, but when it escapes in small quantities only, it has a beneficial effect in cooling and freshening the air below decks. The exhaust from an air-driven motor is welcome for the same reason that it aids ventilation. On a fighting ship, it is of the utmost importance that the personnel should be in good physical condition, and when the battle hatches have been battened down for an engagement, any supply of fresh oxygen means an increased staying power for officers and crew. Poison air brings mental slackness and weakening of resolve, so that if the motive power of heavy machinery can be made to do a second duty, so much the better for all concerned. Compressed air also proves useful as a water excluder. If a vessel contain, as it should, a number of watertight compartments, any water rushing into one of these can be expelled by injecting air until the pressure inside is equal to that of the draught of water of the vessel outside. On land, compressed air installations include reservoirs of large size in which air can be stored till needed, and which take the place of the accumulator used with hydraulic power. On shipboard, want of space reduces such reservoirs to minimum dimensions, so that the compressors must squirt their air almost directly into the cylinders which do the work. When the load or work is constantly varying, this direct drive proves somewhat of a nuisance, since the compressors, if worked continuously at their maximum capacity, must waste large quantities of air, while if run spasmodically as occasion demands, they require much more attention. It is therefore considered advisable by some marine engineers to make compressed air perform as many functions as possible when it is present on the vessel. The United States monitor, Terror, is an instance of a warship which depends on this agency for working her guns and turrets, handling ammunition, and a somewhat unusual practice, controlling the helm. The last operation is performed by two large cylinders placed face to face athwart the ship. They have a common piston rod, in the middle of which is a slot for the tiller to pass through. Air is admitted to the cylinders by a valve which is controlled by wires passing over a train of wheels from different stations on the ship. An ingenious device automatically prevents the tiller from moving over too fast, and also helps to lessen the shocks given to the rudder by a heavy sea. We now come to electricity, the fourth and most modern form of transmission. Its chief recommendation is that the wires through which it flows lend themselves readily to a tortuous course without in any way throttling the passage of power. And as every ship must carry a generating plant for lighting purposes, the same staff will serve to tend a second plant for auxiliary machinery. Electric motors work with practically no vibration, are light for their power, and can be very easily controlled from a distance. They therefore enjoy increasing favor and are found in deck winches, anchor capstans, ammunition hoists, ventilation blowers, and cranes. They also control the movements of gun turrets, having been found most suitable for this work. If the current were to get loose in a ship, it would undoubtedly cause more damage than an escape of compressed air or water. Electricity, even when every known means of keeping it within bounds has been tried, is suspected of causing deterioration to the metalwork of ships. But these disadvantages are not serious enough to hamper the progress of electrical science as applied to marine engineering, and the undoubted economy of the electric motor, its noiselessness, its manageableness, and comparatively small size will no doubt in the future lead to its much more extensive use on board our floating palaces and floating forts. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. The Nurse of the Navy. Just as a navy requires floating distilleries, floating coal stores, and floating docks, so does it find very important uses for a floating workshop, which can accompany a fleet to sea and execute such repairs as might otherwise entail the return of a ship to port. The British Navy has a valuable ally of this kind in the torpedo depot ship Vulcan, which contains so much machinery, in addition to the auxiliaries already described, that a short account of this vessel will be interesting. The Vulcan, known as the Nurse of the Navy, was launched in 1889. She measures 350 feet in length, 58 feet in beam, and has a displacement of 6,830 tons. Her bunkers, of which there are 21, hold 1,000 tons of coal, independently of an extra 300 tons which can be stowed in other neighboring compartments. When fully coaled, she can cruise for 7,000 miles at a speed of 10 knots, or travel at first-class cruiser speed for shorter distances. The most striking objects on the Vulcan are two huge hydraulic cranes, placed almost amidships abreast of one another. They have a total height of 65 feet and overhang 35 feet, so as to be able to lift boats when the torpedo nets are out and the sides of the vessel cannot be approached. The feet of the crane sink 30 feet through the ship to secure rigidity, and the upper deck, which bears most of the strain, is strongly reinforced. Inside the pillar of each crane is the lifting machinery, an hydraulic ram 17½ inches in diameter and of 10-foot stroke. By means of four-fold pulleys, the lift is increased to 40 feet. When working under the full pressure of 1,000 pounds to the square inch, the cranes have a hoisting power of 20 tons. In addition to the main ram, there is a much smaller one, the function of which is to keep the slings, or cables by which the boat is hoisted, taut after a boat has been hooked until the actual moment of lifting comes. But for this arrangement, there would be a danger of the slings slackening as the boat rises and falls in a seaway. The small ram controls the larger, and the latter cannot come into action until its auxiliary has tightened up the slings, so that no dangerous jerk can occur when the hoisting begins. The cranes are revolved by two sets of hydraulic rams, which operate chains passing round drums at the feet of the cranes, and turn them through 3/4 of a circle. On the Vulcan's deck lie 6 torpedo boats and 3 despatch boats. The former are 60 feet long and can attain a speed of 16 knots an hour. When an enemy is sighted, these would be sent off to worry the hostile vessels with their deadly torpedoes, and on their return would be quickly picked up and restored to their berths, ready for further use. The cranes also serve to lift on board heavy pieces of machinery from other vessels for repair. Down below decks is the workshop, wherein jobs are done on the high seas. It has quite a respectable equipment, 5 lathes, ranging from 15 feet to 3½ feet in length, drilling, planing, slotting, shaping, punching machines, a carpenter's bench, fitters' benches, and a furnace for melting steel. There is also a blacksmith's shop with an hydraulic forging press and a forge blown by machinery, not to mention a large array of tools of all kinds. Special engines are installed to operate the repairs department. The Vulcan also carries searchlights of 25,000 candle power, bilge pumps which will deliver over 5,000 tons of water per hour, 2 sets of engines for supplying the hydraulic machinery, air compressing engines to feed the Whitehead torpedoes, a distilling plant, and last but by no means least, main engines of 12,000 HP drawing steam from 4 huge cylindrical boilers 17 feet long and 14 feet in diameter. Altogether, the Vulcan is a very complete floating workshop, sufficiently speedy to keep up with the fleet and even to do scouting work. Her guns and her torpedo craft would render her a very troublesome customer in a fight, though, being practically unarmored, she would keep as clear of the conflict as possible, acting on the offensive through the proxy of her Hornets. She constitutes the first of a type of vessel which has been suggested by experts, viz. One of high speed and unarmored, but capable of carrying a swarm of torpedo boats which could be launched in pursuit of the foe. Even if 50% of the craft were destroyed, the price would be small if a single torpedo were successfully fired at a battleship. The naval motor boat, to which reference has already been made, would just fill the bill for such a cruiser, and in the event of a score of them being dropped into the water at a critical moment, they might easily turn the scale in favor of their side. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jenny T.B. from CreationPeak.com. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. The Mechanism of Diving. Diving being a profession which can be carried on in its simplest form with the simplest possible apparatus, merely a rope and a stone, its history reaches back into the dim and inexplorable past. We may well believe that the first man who explored the depths of the sea for treasure lived as long ago as the first seeker for minerals in the bosom of the earth. Even when we come to the various appliances which have been gradually developed in the course of centuries, our records are very imperfect. Alexander the Great is said to have descended in a machine which kept him dry, while he sought for fresh worlds to conquer below the waves. Aristotle mentions a device enabling men to remain some time under water. This is all the information, and a very meager total, too, that we get from classical times. Stepping across 1,500 years, we reach the 13th century, about the middle of which Roger Bacon is said to have invented the diving bell. But like some other discoveries attributed to that middle-age physicist, the authenticity of this rests on very slender foundations. In a book published early in the 16th century, there appears an illustration of a diver wearing a cap or helmet, to which is attached a leather tube floated on the surface of the water by an inflated bag. This is evidently the diving dress in its crudest form, and when we read how, in 1538, 2 Greeks made a submarine trip under a huge inverted chamber which kept them dry in the presence of the great Emperor Charles V and some 12,000 spectators, we recognize the diving bell now so well known. The latter device did not reach a really practical form till 1717, when Dr. Halley, a member of the Royal Society, built a bell of wood lined with lead. The divers were supplied with air by having casks full lowered to them as required. To quote his own words, "To supply air to this bell underwater, I caused a couple of barrels of about 30 gallons each to be cased with lead, so as to sink empty, each of them having a bunghole in its lowest parts to let in the water, as the air in them condensed on their descent, and to let it out again when they were drawn up full from below. And to a hole in the uppermost parts of these barrels I fixed a leathern hose, long enough to fall below the bunghole, being kept down by a weight appended, so that the air in the upper parts of the barrels could not escape, unless the lower ends of these hose were first lifted up. The air barrels being thus prepared, I fitted them with tackle proper to make them rise and fall alternately after the manner of 2 buckets in a well, and in their descent they were directed by lines fastened to the under edge of the bell, which passed through rings on both sides of the leathern hose in each barrel, so that, sliding down by these lines, they came readily to the hand of a man who stood on purpose to receive them and to take up the ends of the hose into the bell. Through these hose, as soon as their ends came above the surface of the water in the barrels, all the air that was included in the upper parts of them was blown with great force into the bell, whilst the water entered at the bungholes below and filled them. And as soon as the air of one barrel had been thus received, upon a signal given that was drawn up, and at the same time the other descended, and by an alternate succession, provided air so quick and in such plenty that I myself have been one of 5 who have been together at the bottom, in 9 to 10 fathoms water, for above an hour and a half at a time, without any sort of ill consequence, and I might have continued there so long as I pleased for anything that appeared to the contrary." After referring to the fact that when the sea was clear and the sun shining, he could see to read or write in the submerged bell thanks to a glass window in it, the doctor goes on to say, "This I take to be an invention applicable to various uses, such as fishing for pearls, diving for coral or sponges, and the like, in far greater depths than has hitherto been thought possible. Also, for the fitting and placing of the foundations of moles, bridges, etc., in rocky bottoms, and for cleaning and scrubbing ships' bottoms when foul, in calm weather at sea. I shall only intimate that, by an additional contrivance, I have found it not impractical for a diver to go out of an engine to a good distance from it, the air being conveyed to him with a continued stream by small flexible pipes, which pipes may serve as a clue to direct him back again when he would return to the bell." We have italicized certain words to draw attention to the fact that Dr. Halley had invented not only the diving bell, but also the diving dress. Though he foresaw practically all the uses to which diving mechanisms could be put, the absence of a means for forcing air under pressure into the bell or dress greatly limited the utility of his contrivances, since the deeper they sank below the water, the further would the latter rise inside them. It was left for John Smeaton of Eddystone Lighthouse fame to introduce the air pump as an auxiliary which, by making the pressure of the air inside the bell equal to that of the water outside, kept the bell quite free of water. Smeaton replaced Halley's tub by a square, solid cast iron box, 50 hundredweight in weight, large enough to accommodate 2 men at a time. The modern bell is merely an enlarged edition of this type, furnished with telephones, electric lamps, and, in some cases, with a special airlock into which the men may pass when the bell is raised. The pressure in the airlock is very gradually decreased after the bell has reached the surface if work has been conducted at great depths, so that the evil effects sometimes attending a sudden change of pressure on the body may be avoided. Diving bells are very useful for laying submarine masonry, usually consisting of huge stone blocks set in hydraulic cement. Helmet divers explore and prepare the surface on which the blocks are to be placed. Then the bell, slung either from a crane on the masonry already built above water level or from a specially fitted barge, comes into action. The block is lowered by its own crane onto the bottom. The bell descends upon it, and the crew seize it with tackle suspended inside the bell. Instructions are sent up as to the direction in which the bell should be moved with its burden, and as soon as the exact spot has been reached, the signal for lowering is given, and the stone settles onto the cement laid ready for it. The modern diver is not sent out from a bell, but has his separate and independent apparatus. The first practical diving helmet was that of Kleingert, a German. This enclosed the diver as far as the waist and constituted a small diving bell, since the bottom was open for the escape of vitiated air. 20 years later, or just a century after the invention of Halley's bell, Augustus Siebe, the founder of the present great London firm of Siebe, Gorman and Company, produced a more convenient open dress, consisting of a copper helmet and shoulder plate in one piece, attached to a waterproof jacket reaching to the hips. The disadvantage of the open dress was that the diver had to maintain an almost upright position, or the water would have invaded his helmet. Mr. Siebe therefore added a necessary improvement and extended the dress to the feet, giving his diver a close protection from the water. We may pass over the gradual development of the clothes dress and glance at the most up-to-date equipment in which the toilers of the deep explore the bed of old ocean. The dress, legging, body, and sleeves is all in one piece, with a large enough opening at the shoulders for the body to pass through. The helmet, with front and side windows, is attached by a bayonet joint to the shoulder plate, itself made fast to the upper edge of the dress by screws which press a metal ring against the lower edge of the plate so as to pinch the edge of the dress. At the back are an inlet and an outlet valve. Between the front and a side window is the transmitter of a loud-sounding telephone, and in the crown the receiver and the button of an electric bell. The telephone wires, and also the wires for a powerful electric light, working on a ball and socket joint in front of the dress, are embedded into the lifeline. The air tube, of canvas and rubber, has a stiffening of wire to prevent its being throttled on coming into contact with any object. A pair of weighted boots, each scaling 17 pounds, 2 40-pound lead weights slung over the shoulder, and a knife worn at the waist belt, complete the outfit of the diver, which, not including the several layers of underclothing necessary to exclude the cold found at great depths, totals nearly 140 pounds. Of this, the copper helmet accounts for 36 pounds. On the surface are the air pumps, which may be of several types: single-cylinder, double-acting, double-cylinder, double-acting, or 3 or 4-cylinder, single-acting, according to the nature of the work. All patterns are so constructed that the valves may be easily removed and examined. The pressure on a diver increases in the ratio of about 4 1/4 pounds for every 10 feet he descends below the surface. A novice experiences severe pains in the ears and eyes at a few fathoms depth, which, however, pass off when the pressures both inside and outside of the various organs have become equalized. On rising to the surface again, the pains recur, since the external pressure on the body falls more quickly than the internal. The rule for all divers, therefore, is slow down, slow up. Men of good constitution and resourcefulness are needed for the profession of diving. Only a few can work at extreme depths, though an old hand is able to remain for several hours at a time in 60 feet of water. The record depth reached by a diver is claimed by James Hooper, who, when removing the cargo of the Cape Horn, wrecked off the coast of South America, made 7 descents to 201 feet, one of which lasted 42 minutes. In spite of the dangers and inconveniences attached to his calling, the diver finds it in compensations and even fascinations, which outweigh its disadvantages. The pay is good, £1 to £2 a day, and in deep-sea salvage he often gets a substantial percentage of all the treasure recovered, the percentage rising as the depth increases. Thus the diver Alexander Lambert, who performed some plucky feats during the driving of the Severn Tunnel, received £4,000 for the recovery of £70,000 worth of gold from the Alfonso XII, sunk off Grand Canary. Divers Ridyard and Penck recovered £50,000 from the Hamila Mitchell, which lay in 160 feet of water off Shanghai, after nearly being captured by Chinese pirates, and we could add many other instances in which treasure has been rescued from the maw of the sea. The most useful sphere for a diver is undoubtedly connected with the harbor work and the cleaning of ships' bottoms. For the latter purpose, every large warship in the British Navy carries at least one diver. After ships have been long in the water, barnacles and marine growths accumulate on the below-water plates in such quantities as to seriously diminish the ship's speed, which means a great waste of fuel, and would entail a loss of efficiency in case of war breaking out. Armed with the proper tools, a gang of divers will soon clean the foul bottom at a much smaller cost of time and money than would be incurred by dry docking the vessel. The Navy has at Portsmouth, Sheerness, and Devonport schools where diving is taught to picked men, the depth in which they work being gradually increased to 120 feet. Messrs. Sieb and Gorman employ hundreds of divers in all parts of the world, on all kinds of submarine work, and they are able to boast that never has a defect in their apparatus been responsible for a single death. This is due both to the very careful tests to which every article is subjected before it leaves their works, and also to the thorough training given to their employees. In the sponge and pearl fishing industries, the diving dress is gradually ousting the unaided powers of the naked diver. One man equipped with a standard dress can do the work of 20 natural divers, and do it more efficiently as he can pick and choose his material. This chapter may conclude with a reference to the apparatus now used in exploring or rescue work in mines, where deadly fumes have overcome the miners. It consists of an airtight mask connected by tubes to a chamber full of oxygen and to a bag containing materials which absorb the carbonic acid of exhaled air. The wearer uses the same air over and over again and is able to remain independent of the outer atmosphere for more than an hour. The apparatus is also useful for firemen when they have to pass through thick smoke. End of section 17. Recording by Jenny TB from creationpeak.com.
Section 18 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 15. Apparatus for Raising Sunken Ships and Treasure. It is somewhat curious that, while the sciences connected with the building of ships have progressed with giant strides, little attention has been paid to the art of raising vessels which have found watery graves in comparatively shallow depths. The total shipping losses of a single year make terrible reading, since they represent the extinction of many brave sailors and the disappearance of huge masses of the world's wealth. A life lost is lost forever, but cargoes can be recovered if not sunk in water deeper than 180 feet. Yet, with all our modern machinery, the percentage of vessels raised from even shallow depths is small. There are practically only two methods of raising a foundered ship. First, to caulk up all leaks and pump her dry, and secondly, to pass cables under her and lift her bodily by the aid of pontoons or camels. The second method is that more generally used, especially in the estuaries of big rivers where there is a considerable tide. The pontoons, having a united displacement greater than that of the vessel to be raised, are brought over her at low tide. Divers pass under her bottom huge steel cables which are attached to the camels. As the tide flows, the pontoons sink until they have displaced a weight of water equal to that of the vessel, and then they begin to raise her, and can be towed into a shallower water, to repeat the process if necessary next tide. As soon as the deck is above water, the vessel may be pumped empty when all leaks have been stopped. In water where there is no tide, the natural lift must be replaced by artificial power. Under such circumstances, the salvage firms use lighters provided with powerful winches, each able to lift up to 800 tons on huge steel cables nearly a foot in diameter. The winches can be moved across a lighter, the cables falling perpendicularly, through transverse wells almost dividing the lighter into separate lengths, so as to get a direct pull. If the wreck has only half the displacement of the lighters, the cables can be passed over rollers on the inner edges of the pontoons, the weight of the raising vessel being counteracted by water let into compartments in the outer side of the pontoons. There are 10 great salvage companies in the British Isles and Europe. The best equipped of these is the Neptune Company of Stockholm, which has raised 1,500 vessels, worth over 5 million sterling, even in their damaged condition, among them the ill-fated submarine A1. Yet this total represents but a small part of the wealth that has gone to the bottom within a short distance of our coasts. Turning from the salvage of wrecks to the salvage of precious metal and bulky objects that are known to strew the seafloor in many places, we must notice the hydroscope, the invention of Cavalier Pino, an Italian. In 1702, there sank in Vigo Bay, on the northwest coast of Spain, 25 galleons laden with treasure from America, as the result of an attack by English and Dutch men of war. Gold representing 28 million pounds was in those vessels. Down it went to the bottom, and there it is still. So rich a prize has naturally not failed to attract daring spirits, among whom was Giuseppe Pino. This inventor has produced many devices, the most notable among them the hydroscope, which may best be described as a huge telescope for peering into the depth of the sea. A large circular tank floats on the top of the water. From the center of its bottom hangs a series of tubes fitting one into the other, so that the whole series can be shortened or lengthened at will. Through the tubes a man can descend to the chamber at their lower extremity, in the sides of which are 12 lenses specially made by Saint Gobain of Paris, which act as submarine telescopes. Pinot's hydroscope has been at work for some time in Vigo Bay, its operations closely watched by a Spanish war vessel, which will exact 20% of all treasure recovered. While the hydroscope acts as an eye, the lifting of an object is accomplished by attaching to it large canvas bags furnished with airtight internal rubber bladders. These have air pumped into them till its pressure overcomes that of the water outside, and the bag then rises like a cork, carrying its load with it. An elevator, 9 sacks fixed to one frame, will raise 25 to 30 tons. So far Cavalier Pinot has salvaged old Spanish guns, cannon balls, and pieces of valuable old wood, and presently he may alight on the species which is the main object of his search. Another Spanish wreck, the Florida, which was a unit of the Spanish Armada and sank in Tobermory Bay, the Isle of Mull, has many times been attacked by divers. The last attempt made to recover the treasure, which that ill-fated vessel was reputed to bear, is that of the steam lighter Sea Light, which employed a very powerful sand pump to suck up any object which it might encounter on the sea bottom. Many interesting relics have been raised by the pumps and attendant divers: coins, bones, jewels, timbers, cannon, muskets, pistols, swords, and a compass, which is so constructed that pressure on the top causes the legs to spread. One of the cannon, 54 inches long, has a separate powder chamber, the shot and wad still in the gun, and traces of powder in the chamber. It is curious that what we usually consider so modern an invention as the breech-loading cannon should be found side by side with stone balls. The heavier objects were, of course, raised by divers. In this quest also the treasure deposit has not yet been tapped. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 16. The Handling of Grain. The Elevator. The Suction Pneumatic Grain Lifter. The Pneumatic Blast Grain Lifter. The Combined System. On or near the quays of our large seaports, London, Liverpool, Manchester, Bristol, Hull, Leith, Dublin, may be seen huge buildings of severe and ugly outline, utterly devoid of any attempts at decoration. Yet we should view them with respect, for they are to the inhabitants of the British Isles what the inland granaries of Egypt were to the dwellers of the Nile in the time of Joseph. Could we strip off the roofs and walls of these structures, we should see vast bins full of wheat, or spacious floors deeply strewn, with the material for countless loaves. The grain warehouses of Britain, the Americans would term them elevators, have a total capacity of 10 million quarters. Multiply those figures by 8, and you have the number of bushels, each of which will yield the flour for about 42-pound loaves. In these granaries is stored the grain which comes from abroad. With the opening up of new lands in North and South America, and the exploitation of the great wheat-growing steppes of Russia, English agriculture has declined, and we are content to import 5/6 of our breadstuffs, and an even larger proportion of grain foods for domestic animals. It arrives from the United States, India, Russia, Argentina, Canada, and Australia, and vessels often built specially for grain transport, and as it cannot be immediately distributed, must be stored in bulk in properly designed buildings. These contain either many stories, over which the grain is spread to get rid of superfluous moisture, which might cause dangerous heating, or huge bins, or silos, in which it can be kept from contact with the air. Experiments have proved that wheat is more successfully preserved if the air is excluded than if left in the open, provided that it is dry. The ancient Egyptians used brick granaries, filled from the top and tapped at the bottom, in which, to judge by the account of a grievous famine given in the book of Genesis, the wheat was preserved for at least 7 years. During last century, the silo fell into disrepute, but now we have gone back to the Egyptian plan of closed bins, which are constructed of wood, brick, ferro-concrete, or iron, and are of square, hexagonal, or round section. They are set close together, many under one roof, to economize space, as many as 2,985,000 bushels being provided for in the largest English storehouse. Such vast quantities of grain require well-devised machinery for their transport from ship to bin or floor, weighing, clearing, and for their transference to barges, coasting vessels, or railway trucks. The Alexander Grain Warehouse of Liverpool may be taken as a typical example of a well-equipped silo granary. It measures 240 by 172 feet and contains 250 hexagonal bins of brickwork, each 80 feet deep and 12 feet in diameter. The grain is lifted from barges by 4 elevators placed at intervals along the edge of the quay. The elevator is a wooden case, 40 or 50 feet high, in which an endless band furnished with buckets travels over 2 rollers placed at the top and bottom. These are let down into the hold and scoop up the grain at the rate of from 75 to 150 tons per hour, according to their size. As soon as a bucket reaches the top roller, it empties its charge into a spout, which delivers the grain into a bin, which it is lifted again 32 feet by a second elevator to a bin, from which it flows by gravity to a weighing hopper beneath. And as soon as 2 tons is collected, the contents are emptied automatically into a distributing hopper. After all this, the grain still has a long journey before it, for it is now shot out onto an endless, flat conveyor belt, moving at a rate of 9 to 10 feet per second. It is carried horizontally by this for some distance along the quay, and falls onto a second belt, moving at right angles to the first, which whisks it off to the receiving elevators of the storehouse. Once more it is lifted, this time 132 feet, to the top floor of the building, and dropped onto a third belt, which runs over a movable throwing-off carriage. This can be placed at any point of the belt's travel, to transfer the grain to any of the spouts leading to the 250 bins. Here it rests for a time. When needed for the market, it flows out at the bottom of a bin, onto belts leading to delivery elevators, from which it may either be passed back to a storage bin after being well aired, or shot into wagons or vessels. From first to last, a single grain may have to travel 3 miles between the ship and the truck, without being touched once by a human hand. The vertical transport of grain is generally effected by an endless belt, to which buckets are attached at short intervals. The grain, fed to the buckets either by hand or by mechanical means, is scooped up, whirled aloft, and when it is past the topmost point of its travel, and just as the bucket is commencing the descent, it flies by centrifugal force into a hopper, which guides it to the traveling belt, as already described. Of late years, however, much attention has been paid to pneumatic means of elevating, by which a cargo is transferred from ship to storehouse, or from ship to ship, through flexible tubes, the motive power being either the pressure of atmospheric air rushing in to fill a vacuum, or high-pressure air which blows the grain through the tube, in much the same way as a steam injector forces water into a boiler. Sometimes both systems are used in combination. We will first consider these methods separately. The suction pneumatic grain lifter is the invention of Mr. Fred E. Duckham, engineer of the Millwall Docks, London. The ships in which grain is brought to England often contain a mixed cargo as well, and that the unloading of this may proceed simultaneously with the moving of the wheat, it is necessary to keep the hatches clear. As long as the grain is directly under a hatchway, a bucket elevator can reach it, but all that is not so conveniently situated must be brought within range of the buckets. This means a large bill for labor, even if machinery is employed to help the trimming. Mr. Duckham therefore designed an elevator which could easily reach any corner of a ship's interior. The principal parts are a large cylindrical airtight tank, an engine to exhaust air from the same, and long hoses armored inside with a steel lining, connected at one end to the tank, and furnished at the other with a nozzle. These hoses extend from the receiving tank to the grain, which, when the air has been exhausted to 5 or 6 pounds to the square inch, flies up the tubes into the tank. At the bottom of the tank are ingenious air locks to allow the grain to pass into a bin below without admitting air to spoil the vacuum. The locks are automatic, and as soon as a certain quantity of grain has collected, tip sideways, closing the port through which it flowed, and allowing it to drop through a hinged door. 2 locks are attached together, the one discharging while the other is filling. An elevator of this kind will shift 150 tons or more an hour. Mr. Duckham claims for his invention that it has no limit in capacity. It is practically independent of everything but its own steam power, and the labor of one man suffices to keep its flexible suckers buried in grain. No corner is inaccessible to the nozzle. The pipes occupy only a very small part of the hatchway. They can be set to work immediately a vessel comes alongside. As many as 250,000 bushels are handled daily by one of these machines. The pneumatic elevator is often installed on a floating base, so that it may be moved about in a dock. The pneumatic blast grain lifter differs from the system just described in that the grain is driven through the pipes or hoses by air compressed to several pounds above atmospheric pressure. A small tube attached to the main hose conveys compressed air to the nozzle through which grain enters the tube. The nozzle consists of a short length of metal piping, which is buried in the grain. One half of it is encased by a jacket, into which the compressed air rushes. As the air escapes at high speed past the inner end of the piping into the main hose, it causes a vacuum in the piping and draws in grain, which is shot up the hose by the pressure behind it. As already remarked, the action of this pneumatic elevator is similar to that of a steam injector. The combined system. Under some conditions it is found convenient to employ both suction and blast in combination. Suction to draw the grain from a vessel's hold into elevators, from which it is transferred to the warehouse by blast. Special boats are built for this work, e.g. the XVIII, which has on board suction plant for transferring grain from a ship to barges, and also blowing apparatus for elevating it into storehouses or into another ship. The XVIII has the hull and engines of an ordinary screw steamer, so that it can ply up and down the Shannon and partly unload a vessel to reduce its draught sufficiently to allow it to reach Limerick docks. Floating elevators of this kind are able to handle upwards of 150 tons of grain per hour. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Ding. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 17. Mechanical Transporters and Conveyors. Mechanical conveyors, ropeways, cableways, telferage, coaling warships at sea. A man carrying a sack of coal over a plank laid from the wall to the ship's side, a bricklayer's laborer moving slowly up a ladder with his hat of mortar. These illustrate the most primitive methods of shifting material from one spot to another. When the wheelbarrow is used in the one case and the rope and pulley in the other, an advance has been made, but the effort is still great in proportion to the work accomplished. And were such processes universal in the great industries connected with mining and manufacture, the labor bill would be ruinous. The development of methods of transportation has gone on simultaneously with the improvement of machinery of all kinds. To be successful, an industry must be conducted economically throughout. Thus, to follow the history of wheat from the time that it is selected for sowing till it forms a loaf, we see it mechanically placed in the ground, mechanically reaped, threshed, and dressed, mechanically hauled to the elevator, mechanically transferred to the bins of the same, mechanically shot into trucks or a ship, mechanically raised into a flour mill, where it is cleaned, ground, weighed, packed, and trucked by machinery, mechanically mixed with yeast and baked, and possibly distributed by mechanically operated vehicles. As a result, we get a 2-pound loaf for less than 3 pence. Anyone who thinks that the price is regulated merely by the amount of wheat grown is greatly mistaken, for the cheapness of handling and transportation conduces at least equally to the cheapness of the finished article. The same may be said of the metal articles with which every house is furnished. A fender would be dearer than it is were not the iron ore cheaply transported from mine to rail, from rail to the smelting furnace, from the ground to the top of a furnace. In short, to whatever industry we look, in which large quantities of raw or finished material have to be moved, stored, and distributed, the mechanical conveyor has supplanted human labor to such an extent that, in lack of such devices, we can scarcely conceive how the industry could be conducted without either proving ruinous to the people who controlled it or enhancing prices enormously. The types of elevators and conveyors now commonly used in all parts of the world are so numerous that in the following pages only some selected examples can be treated. Speaking broadly, the mechanical transporter can be classified under 2 main heads. 1. Those which handle materials continuously, as in the case of belt conveyors, pneumatic grain dischargers, etc. And 2. Those which work intermittently, such as the telfer, which carries skips on an aerial ropeway. The first class are most useful for short distances, the latter for longer distances, or where the conditions are such that the material must be transported in large masses at a time by powerful grabs. Some transporters work only in a vertical direction, others only horizontally, while a third large section combines the 2 movements. Again, while some are mere conveyors of materials shot into or attached to them, others scoop up their loads as they move. The distinctions in detail are numerous and will be brought out in the chapters devoted to the various types. Mechanical conveyors. We have already noticed band conveyors in connection with the transportation of grain. They are also used for handling coal, coke, diamond dirt, gold ore, and other minerals, and for moving filled sacks. The belts are sometimes made of rubber or of pallada faced with rubber on the upper surface, which has to stand most of the wear and tear, sometimes of metal plates joined together by hinges at the ends. A modification of the belt is the continuous trough with sloping or vertical sides. This is built of open-ended sections joined so that they may pass round the terminal rollers. While traveling in a straight line, the sides of the sections touch, preventing any escape of the material carried, but at the rollers the ends open in a V shape. Another form of conveyor has a stationary trough through which the substance to be handled is pulled along by plates attached to cables or endless chains running on rollers. Or the moving agency may be plates dragged backwards and forwards periodically, the plates hanging in one direction only, like flap valves, so as to pass over the material during the backward stroke and bite it during the forward stroke. The vibrating conveyor is a trough which moves bodily backwards and forwards on hinged supports, the oscillation gradually shaking its contents along. As no dragging or pushing plates are here needed, this form of conveyor is very suitable for materials which are liable to be injured by rough treatment. Ropeways. A certain person, on asking what was the distance from X to Y, received the reply, "It is 10 miles as the crow flies." The country being mountainous, the answer did not satisfy him, and he said, "Oh, but you see, I'm not a crow." Engineers laying out a railway can sympathize with this gentleman, for they know from sad experience that places only a few miles apart in a straight line often require a track many miles long to connect them, if gradients are to be kept moderate. Now, a locomotive, a railway carriage, or a goods truck is very heavy and must run on the firm bosom of Mother Earth. But for comparatively light bodies, a path may be made which much more nearly resembles the proverbial flight of the crow, or, as our American cousins would say, a bee line. If you have traveled in Norway and Switzerland, you probably have noticed here and there steel wire ropes spanning a torrent or hanging across a narrow valley. Over these ropes, the peasants shoot their hay crops or wood faggots from the mountainside to their homes, or to a point near a road where the material can be transferred to carts. Adventurous folk even dare to entrust their own bodies to the seemingly frail steel thread, using a brake to control the velocity of the descent. The history of the modern ropeway and cableway dates from the 30s, when the invention of wire rope supplied a flexible carrying agent of great strength in proportion to its weight and of sufficient hardness to resist much wear and tear, and too inelastic to stretch under repeated stresses. To prevent confusion, we may at once state that a ropeway is an aerial track used only for the conveyance of material, whereas a cableway hoists as well as conveys. A further distinction, though it does not hold good in all cases, may be seen in the fact that while cableways are of a single span, ropeways are carried for distances ranging up to 20 miles over towers or poles placed at convenient intervals. Ropeways fall into two main classes. First, those in which the rope supporting the weight of the thing carried moves. Secondly, those in which the carrier rope is stationary and the skips or tups, etc., are dragged along it by a second rope. The moving rope system is best adapted for light loads not exceeding 600 weight or so, but over the second class, bodies scaling 5 or 6 tons have often been moved. In both systems, the line may be single or double, according to the amount of traffic which it has to accommodate. The chief advantage of the double ropeway is that it permits a continuous service and an economy of power, since in cases where material has to be delivered at a lower level than the point at which it is shipped, the weight of the descending full trucks can be utilized to haul up ascending empty trucks. Spans of 2,000 feet or 2/5 of a mile are not at all unusual in a very rough country, where the spots on which supports can be erected are few and far between. But engineers naturally endeavor to make the span as short as possible in order to be able to use a small size of rope. Glancing at some interesting ropeways, we may first notice that used in the construction of the new Beachy Head Lighthouse, recently erected on the foreshore below the head on which the original structure stands. For the sake of convenience, the workshops, storage yards, etc., were placed on the cliffs 400 feet above the sea and some 800 feet in a direct line from the site of the new lighthouse. Between the cliff summit and a staging in the sea were stretched two huge steel ropes, the one 6 inches in circumference for the track over which the 4-ton blocks of granite used in the building, machinery, tools, etc., should be lowered. The other 5.5 inches in circumference for the return of the carriers and trucks containing workmen. The ropes had a breaking strain of 120 and 100 tons respectively. That is to say, if put in an hydraulic testing machine, they would have withstood pulls equal to those exerted by masses of these weights hung on them. Their top ends were anchored in solid rock, their lower ends to a mass of concrete built up in the chalk forming the sea bottom. When a granite block was attached to the carrier traveling on the rope, its weight was gradually transferred to the rope by lowering the truck on which it had arrived until the latter was clear of the block. As soon as the stone started on its journey, the truck was lifted again to the level of the rails and trundled away. A brakesman stationed at a point whence he could command the whole ropeway had under his hand the brake wheels regulating the movements of the trailing ropes for lowering and hauling on the two tracks. Another interesting ropeway is that at Hong Kong, which transports the workmen in a sugar factory on the low fever breeding levels to their homes in the hills where they may sleep secure from noxious microbes. The carriers accommodate 6 men at a time and move at the rate of 8 miles an hour. The sensation of being hauled through midair must be an exhilarating one, and some of us would not mind changing places with the workmen for a trip or two, reassured by the fact that this ropeway has been in operation for several years without any accident. In southern India, in the Annamalai Hills, a ropeway is used for delivering sawn timber from the forest to a point 1.25 miles below. Prior to the establishment of this ropeway, the logs were sent down a circuitous mountain trek on bullock carts. Its erection was a matter of great difficulty on account of the steep gradients and the dense and unhealthy forest through which a path had to be cut, not to mention the dragging uphill of a cable which, with the reel on which it was wound, weighed 4 tons. For this last operation, the combined strength of 9 elephants and a number of coolies had to be requisitioned, since the friction of the rope dragging on the ground was enormous. However, the engineers soon had the cable stretched over its supports and the winding machinery in place at the top of the grade. The single rope serves for both up and down traffic, a central crossing station being provided at which the descending can pass the ascending carrier. 7 sleepers at a time are sent flying down the track at a rate of 20 miles an hour, a load departing every half hour. The saving of labor, time, and expense is said to be very great, and when the sawmills have a larger output, the economy of working will be still more remarkable. The longest passenger ropeway ever built is probably that over the Chilkoot Pass in Alaska, which was constructed in 1897 and 1898 to transport miners from Daya to Crater Lake on their way to the Yukon goldfields. From Crater Lake to the Klondike, the Yukon River serves as a natural road, but the climb to its headwaters was a matter of great difficulty, especially during the winter months and accompanied by much suffering. But when the trestles had been erected for the fixed ropes, 2 in number, miners and their kits were hauled over the 7 miles at little physical cost, though naturally the charges for transportation ruled higher than in less rugged regions. The opening of the White Pass Railway from Skagway has largely abolished the need for this cable track, which has nevertheless done very useful work. The Chilkoot Ropeway has at least 2 spans of over 1,500 feet. As an engineering enterprise, it claims our consideration, since the conveyance of ropes, timber, engines, etc., into so inhospitable a region, and the piecing of them together, demanded great persistence on the part of the engineers and their employees. Cableways. For removing the overburden of surface mines and dumping it in suitable places, for excavating canals, for dredging, and for many other operations in which matter has to be moved comparatively short distances, the cableway is largely employed. We have already noticed that it differs from the ropeway in that it has to hoist and discharge its burdens as well as convey them. The cableway generally consists of a single span between 2 towers, which are either fixed or movable on rails according to the requirements of the work to be done. In addition to the main cable which bears the weight, and the rope which moves the skips along it, the cableway has the fall rope, which lowers the skip to the ground and raises it, the dumping rope, which discharges it, and the button rope, which pulls blocks off the horn of the skip truck at intervals as the latter moves to support the fall rope from the main cable. If the fall rope sagged, its weight would, after a certain amount had been paid out, overcome the weight of the skip and render it impossible to lower the skip to the filling point. So a series of fall rope carriers are, at the commencement of a journey from one end of the cableway, riding on an arm in front of the skip carriage. The button rope, passing under a pulley on the top of the skip carriage, is furnished at intervals with buttons of a size increasing towards the point at which the skip must be lowered. The holes in the carriers are similarly graduated so as to pass over any button but the one intended to arrest them. If we watched a skip traveling to the lowering point, we should notice that the carriers were successively pulled off the skip carriage by the buttons and strung along over the main cable and under the fall rope. When the skip has been lowered and filled, the fall and hauling ropes are wound in. The skip rises to the main cable and begins to travel towards the dumping point. As long as the dumping rope is also hauled in at the same rate as the hauling rope, it has no effect on the skip. But when its rate of travel is increased by moving it onto a larger winding drum, the skip is tipped or opened, as the case may be, without being arrested. The skip may be filled by hand or made self-filling where circumstances permit. The cableway is so economical in its working that it has greatly advanced the process of open pit mining. Where ore lies near the surface, it is desirable to remove the useless overlying matter called overburden bodily, and to convey it right away, in preference to sinking shallow shafts with their attendant drawbacks of timbering and pumping. An inclined railway is handicapped by the fact that it must occupy some of the surface to be uncovered, while liable to blockage by the debris of blasting operations. The suspended cableway neither obstructs anything nor can be obstructed, and is profitably employed when a ton of ore is laid bare for every 4 tons of overburden removed. In the case of the Tilly Foster mine, New York, where the removal of 300,000 tons of rock exposed 600,000 tons of ore from an excavation 450 feet long by 300 feet wide, the saving effected by the cableway was enormous. Again, referring to the Chicago Drainage Canal, the records show that while laborers sledging and filling into cars averaged only 7 to 8.5 cubic yards per man per day, in filling into skips for the cableways, the laborers averaged from 12 to 17 cubic yards per day. The first cableway erected by the Lidgerwood Manufacturing Company for the prosecution of this engineering work handled 10,821 cubic yards a month and proved so successful that 19 similar plants were added. The cableways are suspended in this instance from 2 towers moving on parallel tracks on each bank of the canal, and the towers being heavily ballasted on the outer sides of their bases to counteract the pull of the cable. From time to time, when a length had been cleared, the towers were moved forward by engines hauling on fixed anchors. The cableway is much used in the erection of masonry piers for bridges across rivers or valleys. Materials are conveyed by it rapidly and easily to points over the piers and lowered into position. Spans of over 1,500 feet have been exceeded for such purposes, and if need be, spans of 2,000 feet could be made to carry loads of 25 tons at a rate of 20 miles an hour. Telferage. On most ropeways, the skips or other conveyances are moved along the fixed ropes by trailing ropes working round drums driven by steam and controlled by brakes. But the employment of electricity has provided a system called telferage, in which the vehicle carries its own motor, fed by current from the rope on which it runs and from auxiliary cables suspended a short distance above the main rope. Telfer is a term derived from 2 Greek words signifying a far carrier, since the motor so named will move any distance so long as a track and current is supplied to it. The carrier for ore, coal, earth, barrels, sacks, timber, etc. is suspended from the telfer by the usual hook-shaped support common to ropeways to enable the load to pass the arms of the posts or trestles bearing the rope. The telfer usually has 2 motors, one placed on each side of a 2-wheeled carriage so as to balance, but sometimes only a single motor is employed. Just above the running cable is the trolley cable, from which the telfer picks up current through a hinged arm after the manner of an electric tram. The carriers are controlled on steep grades by an electric braking device, which acts automatically, its effect varying with the speed at which the telfer runs. The carrier wheels, driven by the motors, adhere to the cable without slipping on grades as severe as 3 in 10, even when the surface has been moistened by rain. In order to stop the telfer at any desired point, the trolley wire is divided into a number of sections, each controlled by a switch conveniently located. By opening a switch, the current is cut off from the corresponding section, and the telfer will stop when it reaches this point. It is again started by closing the switch. At curves, a section of the trolley wire, that is overhead cable for current, is connected to the source of current through a resistance which lowers the voltage, pressure of the current, across the motors at this point. Thus, upon approaching a curve, the Telfer automatically slows down, runs slowly round the curve until it passes the resistance section, and is then automatically accelerated. The Telfer line is very useful for transporting material considerable distances in districts where it would not pay to construct a surface railway. On plantations, it serves admirably to shift grain, fruits, tobacco, and other agricultural products. Then again, a wide field is open to it for transmitting light articles such as castings and parts of machinery from one part of the foundry or manufactory to another, or from factory to vessel or truck for shipment. When coal has to be handled, the buckets are dumped automatically into bins. The Telfer has much the same advantages over the steam-worked ropeway that an electric tram has over one moved by an endless cable. Its control is easier, there is less friction, and the speed is higher. And, in common with ropeways, it can claim independence of obstructions on the ground and the ability to cross ravines with ease, which in the case of a railway will have to be bridged at great expense. Coaling warships at sea. The war between Russia and Japan has brought prominently before the public the necessity of being able to keep a war vessel well supplied with coal, a task by no means easy when coaling stations are few and far between. The voyage of Admiral Rozdestvensky from Russia to Eastern waters was marked by occasions on which he entered neutral ports to draw supplies for his furnaces, though we know that colliers sailed with the warships to replenish their exhausted bunkers. In the old days of sailing vessels, their motive power, even if fitful, was inexhaustible. But now that steam reigns supreme as the mover of the world's floating forts, the problem of keeping the sea has become, in one way, very much more complicated. The radius of a vessel's action is limited by the capacity of her coal bunkers. Her captain in wartime would be perpetually perplexed by the question of fuel, since movement is essential to naval success, while any misjudged fast steaming in pursuit of the enemy might render his ship an inert mass, incapable of motion, because the coal supplies had given out, or at least might compel him to return for supplies to the nearest port at a slow speed, losing valuable time. Just as a competitor in a long-distance race takes his nourishment without halting, so should a battleship be able to coal on the wing. The task of transferring so many tons of the mineral from one ship's hold to that of another may seem easy enough to the inexperienced critic, and under favorable conditions it might not be attended by great difficulty. Why, someone may say, you have only to bring the collier alongside the warship, make her fast, and heave out the coals. In a perfect calm this might be feasible, but let the slightest swell arise, and then how the sides of the two craft would bump together, with dire results to the weaker party. Actual tests have shown this. At present, broadside coaling is considered impracticable, but the from bow to stern method has passed through its initial stages and after many failures has reached a point of considerable efficiency. The difficulties in transferring coal from a collier to a warship by which she is being told will be apparent after very little reflection. In the first place, there is the danger of the cableway and its load dipping into the water. Should the distance between the two vessels be suddenly diminished, and the corresponding danger of the cable snapping should the pitching of the vessels increase the distance between the terminals of the cableway. These difficulties have made it impossible to merely shoot coals down a rope attached high up a mast of the collier and to the deck of the warship. What is evidently needed is some system which shall pay the cableway out or take it in automatically so as to counterbalance any lengthening or shortening movement of the vessels. The Liggerwood Manufacturing Company of New York, under the direction of Mr. Spencer Miller, have brought out a cableway specially adapted for marine work. The two vessels concerned are attached by a stout tow line, the collier, of course, being in the rear. To carry the load, a single endless wire rope, 3/8 inch in diameter and 2,000 feet long, is employed. It spans the distance between collier and ship twice, giving an inward track for full sacks and an outward track for their return to the collier. On one vessel are two winches, the drums of which both turn in the same direction, but while one drum is rigidly attached to its axle, the other slips under a stress greater than that needed to keep the rope sufficiently taut. Since the rope passes round a pulley at the other terminal, pressure placed at any point on the rope will tend to tighten both tracks, while a slackening at any point would similarly ease them. Supposing, then, that the ships suddenly approach, there will be a certain amount of slack at once wound in. If, on the other hand, the ships draw apart, the slipping drum will pay out rope sufficient to supply the need. The constant slipping of this drum sets up great heat, which is dissipated by currents of air. As the sacks of coal arrive on the men of war, they are automatically detached from the cable and fall down a chute into the hole. In the Temperley Miller marine cableway, the load is carried on the main cable kept taut by a friction drum, and the hauling is done by an endless rope which has its own separate winches. In actual tests made at sea in rough weather, 60 tons per hour have been transferred, the vessels moving at from 4 to 8 miles an hour. End of section 20.
Section 21 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 18. Automatic Weighers. Scarcely less important than the rapid transference of materials from one place to another is the quick and accurate weighing of the same. If a pneumatic grain elevator were used in conjunction with an ordinary set of scales, such as are to be found at a corn dealer's, there would be great delay, and the advantage of the elevator would largely be lost. Similarly, a mechanical transporter of coal or ore should automatically register the tonnage of the material handled to prevent undue waste of time. There are in existence many types of automatic weighing machines, the general principles of which vary with the nature of the commodity to be weighed. Finely divided substances, such as grain, seeds, and sugar, are usually handled by hopper weighers. The grain, etc., is passed into a bin, from the bottom of which it flows into a large pan. When the proper unit of weight, a hundredweight or a ton, has nearly been attained, the flow is automatically throttled so that it may be more exactly controlled, and as soon as the full amount has passed, the machine closes the hopper door and tips the pan over. The latter delivers its contents and returns to its original position, while the door above is simultaneously opened for the operation to be repeated. A counting apparatus records the number of tips, so that a glance suffices to learn how much material has passed through the weigher, which may be locked up and allowed to look after itself for hours together. The Kronos automatic grain scale is built in many sizes for charges of from 12 to 3,300 pounds of grain and tips 5 times a minute. Avery's grain weigher takes up to 5.5 tons at a time. For materials of a lumpy nature, such as coal and ore, a different method is generally used. The hopper process would not be absolutely accurate, since the rate of feed cannot be exactly controlled when dust and large lumps weighing half a hundredweight or more are all jumbled together. Therefore, instead of a pan which tips automatically as soon as it has received a fixed weight, we find a bin which, when a quantity roughly equal to the correct amount has been let in, sinks onto a weigher and has its contents registered by an automatic counter, which continuously adds up the total of a number of weighings and displays it on a dial. So that if there be 10 pounds in excess of a ton at the first charge, the dial records 1 ton and keeps the 10 pounds up its sleeve against the next weighing, to which the excess is added. Avery's mineral scale works, however, on much the same principle as that for grain already noticed, a special device being fitted to render the feed to the weighing pan as regular as possible. His weigher is used to feed mechanical furnace stokers. The quantity of coal used can thus be checked, while an automatic apparatus prevents the stoker bunkers from being overfilled. Continuous weighers register the amount carried by a conveyor while in motion. The recording apparatus comes into action at fixed intervals, for example, as soon as the conveyor has moved 10 feet. The weighing mechanism is practically part of the conveyor and takes the weight of 10 feet. The steel yard is adjusted to exactly counterbalance the unloaded belt or skips of its length, but rises in proportion to the load. As soon as the conveyor has traveled 10 feet, the weight on the machine is immediately recorded, and the steel yard returns to 0. Intermittent weighers record the weight of trucks or tubs passing over a railway or the cables of aerial track, the weigher forming part of the track and coming into play as soon as a load is fully on it. Some machines not only weigh material, but also stow and pack it. We find a good instance in Timewell's sacking apparatus, which weighs corn, chaff, flour, oatmeal, rice, coffee, etc., transfers it to sacks, and sews the sack up automatically. The amount of time saved by such a machine must be very great. Note: the author desires to express his indebtedness to Mr. George F. Zimmer's The Mechanical Handling of Material for some of the information contained in the above chapter, and to the publishers, Messrs. A. Crosby, Lockwood & Son, for permission to make use of the same. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Transporter Bridges. When the writer was in Rouen in 1898, 2 lofty iron towers were being constructed by the Seine, the one on the Quai du Havre, the other on the Quai Capelier, which borders the river on the side of the suburb Saint-Sever. The towers rose so far towards the sky that one had to throw one's head very far back to watch the workmen perched on the summit of the framework. What were the towers for? They seemed much too slender for the piers of an ordinary suspension bridge fit to carry heavy traffic. An inquiry produced the information that they were the first installment of a transbordeur, or transporter bridge. What is a bridge of this kind? Well, it may best be described as a very lofty suspension bridge, the girder of which is far above the water to allow the passage of masted ships. The suspended girder serves only as the runway for a truck from which a traveling car hangs by stout steel ropes, the bottom of the car being but a few feet above the water. The truck is carried across from tower to tower either by electric motors or by cables operated by steam power. The transporter bridge in a primitive form has existed for some centuries, but its present design is of very modern growth. With the increase of population has come an increased need for uninterrupted communication. Where rivers intervene, they must be bridged, and we see a steady growth in the number of bridges in London, Paris, New York, and other large towns. Unfortunately, a bridge, while joining land to land, separates water from water, and the dislocation of river traffic might not be compensated by the conveniences given to land traffic. The Forth, Brooklyn, Saltash, and other bridges have, therefore, been built of such a height as to leave sufficient headroom under the girders for the masts of the tallest ships. But what money they have cost! And even the Tower Bridge, with its hinged bascules, or leaves, and bridges with centers revolving horizontally, devour large sums. Wanted, therefore, an efficient means of transport across a river which, though not costly to install, shall offer a good service and not impede river traffic. 30 years ago, Mr. Charles Smith, a Hartlepool engineer, designed a bridge of the transporter type for crossing the Tees at Middlesbrough. The bridge was not built because people feared that the towers would not stand the buffets of the northeasterly gales. The idea promulgated by an Englishman was taken up by foreign engineers, who have erected bridges in Spain, Tunis, and France. So successful has this type of ferry bridge proved that it is now receiving recognition in the land of its birth, and at the present time transporter bridges are nearing completion in Wales and on the Mersey. The first transbordeur built was that spanning the Nervion, a river flowing into the Bay of Biscay near Bilbao, a Spanish town famous for the great deposits of iron ore close by. A pair of towers rises on each bank to a height of 240 feet, and carry a suspended trussed girder 530 feet long at a level of 150 feet above high water mark. The car, giving accommodation for 200 passengers, it does not handle vehicles, hangs on the end of cables 130 feet long, and is propelled by a steam engine situated in one of the towers. Motion is controlled by the car conductor, who is connected electrically with the engine room. The lofty towers are supported on the landward side by stout steel ropes firmly anchored in the ground. These ropes are carried over the girder in the familiar curve of the suspension bridge, and attached to it at regular intervals by vertical steel braces. The cost of the bridge, £32,000, compares favorably with that of any alternative non-traffic blocking scheme, and the graceful airy lines of the erection are by no means a blot on the landscape. The second transbordeur is that of Rouen, already referred to. Its span is rather less, 467 feet, but the suspension girder lies higher by 14 feet. The car is 42 feet long by 36 broad, and weighs, with a full load, 60 tons. A passage, which occupies 55 seconds, costs 1 penny first class, 1/2 penny second class, while a vehicle and horses pay 2.5 pence to 4 pence, according to weight. The car is propelled by electricity under the control of a man in the conning tower perched on the roof. At Bizerta we find the third flying ferry, which connects that town with Tunis, over a narrow channel between the Mediterranean Sea and 2 inland lakes. It replaced a steam ferry which had done duty for about 10 years. The lakes being an anchorage for war vessels, it was imperative that any bridge over the straits should not interrupt free ingress and egress. This bridge has a span of 500 feet, and like that at Bilbao, is worked by steam. Light as the structure appears, it has withstood a cyclone which did great damage in the neighborhood. It is reported that the French government has decided to remove the bridge to some other port, because its prominence would make it serve as a range finder for an enemy's cannon in time of war. Its place would be taken either by a floating bridge or by a submarine tunnel. The Nantes transporter over the Loire differs from its fellows in one respect, viz., that it is built on the cantilever or balance principle. Instead of a single girder spanning the space between the towers, it has three girders, the two end ones being balanced on the towers and anchored at their landward extremities by vertical cables. The gap between them is bridged by a third girder of bow shape, which is stiff enough in itself to need no central support. The motive power is electricity. All these structures will soon be eclipsed by two English bridges, the one over the Usk at Newport, Monmouthshire, the other over the Mersey and Manchester Ship Canal at Runcorn Gap, where the river narrows to 1,200 feet. The first of these has towers 250 feet high and 685 feet apart. The girders will give 170 feet headroom above high water mark. 500 passengers will be able to travel at one time on the car, besides a number of road vehicles, and as the passage is calculated to take only 1 minute, the average velocity will exceed 8 miles an hour. The cost has been set down at £65,000, or about 1/30th that of a suspension bridge, and 1/3 that of a bascule bridge. The bridge is being built by the French engineers responsible for the Rouen Transbordeur. Coming to the much more imposing Runcorn Bridge, we find even these figures exceeded. This span is 1,000 feet in length. The designer, Mr. John J. Webster, has already made a name with the Great Wheel, which, at Earl's Court, London, has given many thousands of pleasure seekers an aerial trip above the roofs of the metropolis. The following account by Mr. W. G. Archer in the Magazine of Commerce describes this mammoth of its kind in some detail. The two main towers carrying the cables and the stiffening girders are built, one on the south side of the ship canal and the other on the foreshore on the north bank of the river, and the approaches consist of new roadways, nearly flat, built between stone and concrete retaining walls as far as the water's edge, and a corrugated steel flooring upon which are laid the timber blocks on concrete, resting on steel elliptical girders and cast iron columns. The roadway in front of the towers is widened out to 70 feet for marshalling the traffic and for providing space for waiting rooms, etc. The towers are constructed wholly of steel, rise 190 feet above high water level, and are bolted firmly to the cast iron cylinders below. Each tower consists of 4 legs, spaced 30 feet apart at the base, and each pair of towers are 70 feet apart and are braced together with strong horizontal and diagonal frames. Each of the two main cables consists of 19 steel ropes bound together, each rope being built up of 127 wires, 0.16 inches in diameter. The ends of the cable backstays are anchored into the solid rock on each side of the river, about 30 feet from the rock's surface. The weight of the main cables is about 243 tons, and from them are suspended 2 longitudinal stiffening girders, 18 feet deep, and placed 35 feet apart horizontally, the underside of the girders being 82 feet above the level of high water. Upon the lower flange of the stiffening girders are fixed the rails upon which runs the traveler, from which is suspended the car. The traveler is 77 feet long and is carried by 16 wheels on each rail. It is propelled by 2 electric motors of about 35 horsepower each. The car will be capable of holding at one time 4 large wagons and 300 passengers, the latter being protected from the weather by a glazed shelter. The time occupied by the car in crossing will be 2 1/4 minutes. So, allowing for the time spent in loading and unloading, it will be capable of making 9 or 10 trips per hour. This bridge, when completed, will have the largest span of any bridge in the United Kingdom designed for carrying road traffic, the clear space over the Mersey and Ship Canal being 1,000 feet. The total cost of the structure, including parliamentary expenses, will be about £150,000. Mr. Archer adds that, in spite of prophecies of disastrous collisions between transporter cars and passing ships, there has up to date been no accident of any kind. To those in search of a new sensation, The experience of skimming swiftly a few feet above the water may be recommended. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 20. Boat and Ship Raising Lifts. In modern locomotion, whether by land or water, it becomes increasingly necessary to keep the way unobstructed where traffic is confined to the narrow limits of a pair of rails, a road, or a canal channel. We widen our roads, we double and quadruple our rails. Canals are, as a rule, not alterable except at immense cost, and if, in the first instance, they were not built broad enough for the work that they are afterwards called upon to do, much of their business must pass to rival methods of transportation. Modern canals, such as the Manchester and Kiel canals, were given generous proportions to start with, as their purpose was to pass ocean-going ships, and for many years it will not be necessary to enlarge them. The Suez Canal has been widened in recent years by means of dredgers, which easily scoop out the sandy soil through which it runs and deposit it on the banks. But the Corinth Canal, cut through solid rock, cannot be thus economically expanded, and as a result it has proved a commercial failure. Even if a canal be of full capacity in its channel way, there are points at which its traffic is throttled. However gently the country it traverses may slope, there must occur at intervals the necessity of making a lock for transferring vessels from one level to the other. Sometimes the ascent or descent is effected by a series of steps or flight of locks, on account of the magnitude of the fall, and in such cases the loss of time becomes a serious addition to the cost of transport. In several instances engineers have got over the difficulty by ingenious hydraulic lifts, which in a few minutes pass a boat through a perpendicular distance of many feet. At Anderton, where the Trent and Mersey Canal meets the Weaver Navigation, barges up to 100 tons displacement are raised 50 feet. 2 troughs, each weighing with their contents 240 tons, are carried by 2 cast iron rams placed under their centers, the cylinders of which are connected by piping. When both troughs are full, the pressure on the rams is equal, and no movement results. But if 6 inches of water be transferred from one to the other, the heavier at once forces up the lighter. At Fontenets, on the Neufos Canal in France, at La Louvière in Belgium, and at Peterborough in Canada, similar installations are found, the last handling vessels of 400 tons through a rise of 65 feet. Fine engineering feats as these are, they do not equal the canal lift on the Dortmund-Ems Canal, which puts Dortmund in direct water communication with the Elbe, and opens the coal and iron deposits of the Rhine and Upper Silesia to the busy manufacturing district lying between these two localities. About 10 miles from its eastern extremity, the main reach of the canal forks off at Heinrichenberg, from the northward branch running to Dortmund, its level being on the average some 49 feet lower than the branch. For the transference of boats, an up and down line of 4 locks each would have been needed, and apart from the inevitable 2 hours delay for locking, this method would have entailed the loss of a great quantity of precious water. Mr. R. Gerdau, a prominent engineer of Dusseldorf-Grafenberg, therefore suggested an hydraulic lift which should accommodate boats of 700 tons, and pass them from one level to the other in 5 minutes. This scheme was approved, and has recently been completed. The principle of the lift is as follows. A trough, 233 feet long, rests on 5 vertical supports, themselves carried by as many hollow cylindrical floats moving up and down in deep wells full of water. The buoyancy of the 5 floats is just equal to the combined weight of the trough and its load, so that a comparatively small force causes the latter to rise or fall as required. By letting off water from the trough, which is, of course, furnished with doors to seal its ends, it would be made to ascend, while the addition of a few tons would cause a descent. But this would mean waste of water, and, were the trough not otherwise governed, a serious accident might happen if a float sprang a leak. Motion is therefore imparted to the trough by 4 huge vertical screws, resting on solid masonry piers, and turning in large collars attached to the trough near its corners. All the screws work in unison through gearing, as they are sufficiently stout to bear the whole load. Even were the floats removed, no tilting or sudden fall is possible. The screws are driven by an electric motor of 150 horsepower, perched on the girders joining the tops of 4 steel towers which act as guides for the trough to move in, while they absorb all wind pressure. Under normal circumstances the trough rises or sinks at a speed of 4 inches per second. The total mass in motion, trough, water, boat, and floats, is 3,100 tons. Our ideas of a float do not ordinarily rise above the small cork which we take with us when we go a-fishing, or at the most above a buoy which bobs up and down to mark a fairway. These 5 floats, so called, belong to a very much larger class of creations. Each is 30 feet across inside and 46.5 feet high. Their wells, 138 feet deep, are lined with concrete nearly a yard thick, to ensure absolute water tightness inside the stout iron casings which rise 82 feet above the bottom. In view of the immense weight which they have to carry, the piers under the screw spindles are extremely solid. At its base each measures 14 feet by 12 feet 4 inches, and tapers upwards for 36 feet, till these dimensions have contracted to 8 feet 10 inches by 6 feet 6 inches. The spindles, 80 feet long and 11 inches in diameter, must be 4 of the largest screws in existence. To make it absolutely certain that they contained no flaws, a 4-inch central hole was drilled through them longitudinally, another considerable workshop feat. If shafts of such length were left unsupported when the trough was at its highest point, there would be danger of their bending and breaking, and they are, therefore, provided with 4 sliding collars each, connected each to its fellow by a rod. When the trough has risen a fifth of its travel, the first rod lifts the first collar, which moves in the guide pillars. This in turn raises the second the third, and so on, so that by the time the trough is fully raised, each spindle is kept in line by 4 intermediate supports. The trough, 233 feet long by 34.5 feet wide, will receive a vessel 223 feet long between perpendiculars. It has a rectangular section, and is built up of stout plates laid on strong cross girders, all carried by a single huge longitudinal girder resting on the float columns. One of the most difficult problems inseparable from a structure of this kind is the provision of a watertight joint between the trough and the upper and lower reaches of the canal. At each end of the trough is a sliding door faced in its outer edges with india rubber, which the pressure of the water inside holds tightly against flanges when pressure on the outside is removed. The termination of the canal reaches have similar doors, but as it would be impossible to arrange things so accurately that the 2 sets of flanges should be watertight, a wedge, shaped like a big U, and faced on both sides with rubber, is interposed. The wedge at the lower reach gate is thickest at the bottom, the upper wedge the reverse, so that the trough in both cases jams it tight as it comes to rest. The wedges can be raised or lowered in accordance with the fluctuations of the canals. After thus briefly outlining the main constructional features of the lift, let us watch a boat pass through from the lower to the upper level. It is a steamer of 600 tons burden, quite a formidable craft to meet so far inland. While some distance away it blows a warning whistle, and the motorman at his post moves a lever which sets the screw in motion. The trough sinks until it has reached the proper level, when the current is automatically broken, and it sinks no further. Its travel is thus controllable to within 3/16 of an inch. An interlocking arrangement makes it impossible to open the trough or reach gates until the trough has settled or risen to the level of the water outside. On the other hand, the motor driving the lifting screws cannot be started until the gates have been closed, so that an accidental flooding of the countryside is amply provided against. A man now turns the crank of a winch on the canal bank and unlocks the canal gate. A second twist couples the gates between the canal and the trough together and starts the lifting motors overhead, which raise the 28-ton mass 23 feet clear of the water level. The boat enters. The doors are lowered and uncoupled. The reach gate is locked. The spindle motor now starts. Up she goes, and the process of coupling and raising gates is repeated before she is released into the upper reach. From start to finish the transfer occupies about 5 minutes. If a boat is not self-propelled, electric capstans help it to enter and leave the trough. Such a vessel could not be passed through in less than 20 minutes. Putting on one side the ship dry docks, which can raise a 15,000-ton vessel clear of the sea, the Dortmund hydraulic lift is the largest lift in the world, and the novelty of its design will, it is hoped, render the above account acceptable to the reader. Before leaving the subject, another canal lift may be noticed, that on the Grand Junction Canal at Foxton, Leicestershire, which has replaced a system of 10 locks to raise barges through a height of 75 feet. The new method is the invention of Messrs. G. and C. B. J. Thomas. In principle, it consists of an inclined railway, having 8 rails, 4 for the up and as many for the down traffic. On each set of 4 rails runs a tank mounted on 8 wheels, which is connected with a similar tank on the other set by 7-inch steel wire ropes passing round winding drums at the top of the incline. The tanks are thus balanced. At the foot of the incline, a barge which has to ascend is floated into whichever tank may be ready to receive it, and the end gate is closed. An engine is then started, and the laden tank slides broadside on up the 300-foot slope. The summit being reached, the tank gates are brought into register with those of the upper reach, and as soon as they have been opened, the boat floats out into the upper canal. Boats of 70 tons can be thus transferred in about 12 minutes, at a cost of but a few pence each. On a busy day 6,000 tons are handled. A ship-raising lift. The writer has treated one form of lift for raising ships out of the water, the floating dry dock, elsewhere, so his remarks in this place will be confined to mechanism which, having its foundations on Mother Earth, heaves mighty vessels out of their proper element by the force of hydraulic pressure. Looking round for a good example of an hydraulic ship lift, we select that of the Union Iron Works, San Francisco. Some years ago the works were moved from the heart of the city to the edge of Mission Bay, with the object of carrying on a large business in marine engineering and shipbuilding. For such a purpose, a dry dock, which in a short time will lift a vessel clear of the water for cleaning or repairs, is of great importance to both owners and workmen. By the courtesy of the proprietors of Cassier's Magazine, we are allowed to append the following account of this interesting lift. The site available for a dock at the Union Iron Works was a mud flat. The depth of soft mud being from 80 to 90 feet would render the working of a graving dock, i.e. one dug out of the ground and pumped dry when the entrance doors have been closed, very disagreeable, as such docks, where much mud is carried in with the water, require a long time to be cleaned and to dry out. Plans were therefore prepared by Mr. George W. Dickey for an hydraulic dock, including an automatic control, which the designer felt confident would meet all the requirements of the situation, and which, after careful consideration, the Union Iron Works decided to build. Work was begun in January 1886, and the dock was opened for business on June 15th, 1887, a very fine record. This dock consists of a platform built of cross and longitudinal steel girders, 62 feet wide and 440 feet long, having keel blocks and siding bilge blocks upon which the ship to be lifted rests. The lifting power is generated by a set of 4 steam-driven, single-acting horizontal plunger pumps, the diameter of the plungers being 3.5 inches and the stroke 36 inches. 40 strokes per minute is the regular speed. There is a weighted accumulator or regulator connected with the pumps, the throttle valve of the engines being controlled by the accumulator. The load on the accumulator consists of a number of flat discs of metal, the first one about 14 inches thick, and the others about 4 inches thick, the diameter being about 4 feet. The first disc gives a pressure of 300 pounds per square inch. This is sufficient to lift the dock platform without a ship, and is always kept on. In lifting a ship, as she comes out of the water and gets heavier on the platform, additional discs are taken on by the accumulator ram as required. The discs are suspended by pins on the side catching into links of a chain. The engineer, to take on another disc, unhooks the throttle from the accumulator rod, runs the engine a little above the normal speed, the accumulator rises and takes the weight of the disc to be added. The link carrying that disc is thus relieved and is withdrawn. The engineer again hooks the accumulator rod to the engine throttle, and the whole is self-acting again until another weight is required. When all the discs are on the ram, the full pressure of 1,100 pounds per square inch is reached, which enables a ship of 4,000 tons weight to be raised. There are 18 hydraulic rams on each side of the dock. These rams are each 30 inches in diameter and have a stroke of 16 feet. And as the platform rises 2 feet for 1 foot movement of the rams, the total vertical movement of the platform is 32 feet. When lowered to the lowest limit, there are 22 feet of water over the keel blocks at high tide. The foundations consist of 72 cylinders of iron, which extend from the top girders to several feet below the mud line. These cylinders are driven full of piles, no pile being shorter than 90 feet. The cylinders are to protect the piles from the teredo, the timber-boring worm, which is very destructive in San Francisco harbor. A heavy cast-iron cap completes each of the foundation piers, and 2 heavy steel girders extend the full length of the dock on each side, resting on the foundation piers and uniting them all longitudinally. The hydraulic cylinders are carried by large castings resting on the girders, each having a central opening to receive a cylinder, which passes down between the piers. There are 36 foundation piers and 18 hydraulic cylinders on each side of the dock. On the top of each hydraulic ram is a heavy sheave or pulley 6 feet in diameter, over which pass 8 steel cables, 2 inches in diameter, making in all 288 cables. One end of each cable is anchored in the bed plates supporting the hydraulic cylinders, while the other end is secured to the side girders of the platform. Each of the cables has been tested with a load of 80 tons, so that the total test load for the ropes has been 21,000 tons. In lifting a ship, the load is never evenly distributed on the platform. There is, in fact, often more than one ship on the platform at once. Some rams, therefore, may have a full load, and others much less. Under these conditions, to keep the platform a true plane, irrespective of the irregular distribution of the load, Mr. Dickey designed a special valve gear to make the action of the dock perfectly automatic. Down each side of the dock a shaft is carried, operated by a special engine in the powerhouse. At each hydraulic ram, this shaft carries a worm, gearing with a worm wheel on a vertical screw extending the full height reached by the stroke of the ram. This screw works in a nut on the end of a lever, the other end of which is attached to the ram. Between the 2 points of support, a rod working the valves, also carried by the ram, engages with the lever. If at a given moment the screw end is raised, say 6 inches, the lever opens the valve. As the ram rises, the lever, having its other end similarly lifted by the rise, gradually assumes a horizontal position and the valve closes. To lift the dock, the engine working the valve shaft is started, and with it the operating screws. These, through the levers, open the inlet valves. The rams now begin to move up. If any one has a light load, it will move up ahead of the other, but in doing so it lifts the other end of the lever and closes the valve. In fact, the screws are continually opening the valves, while the motion of the rams is continually closing them, so that no ram can move ahead of its screw, and the speed of the screw determines the rate of movement of the lifting platform. To lower the dock, the engine operating the valve shaft is reversed, and the screws and levers then control the outlet valves as they controlled the inlet valves in raising. When the platform has reached the limit of its movement, a line of locks on top of the foundation girders, 36 on each side, are pushed under the platform by an hydraulic cylinder, and the platform is lowered onto them, where it rests until the work is done on the ship. Then the platform is again lifted, the locks are drawn back, and the platform with its load is lowered until the ship floats out. All the operations are automatic. Since the dock was opened, well over 1,000 ships have been lifted on it without any accident whatever, the total registered tonnage approaching 2 million. The great favor in which the dock is held by ship owners and captains is partly due to the fact already mentioned, that the ship is lifted above the level of tide water, where the air can circulate freely under the bottom, thus quickly taking up all the moisture, and where the workmen can carry on operations with greater comfort. When extensive repairs have to be undertaken on iron or steel vessels, the fact that this dock forms part of an extensive shipbuilding plant and is located right in the yard enables such repairs to be executed with dispatch and economy. Several large steamships have had the underwater portions of their hulls practically rebuilt in this dock. The steamship Columbia, of the Oregon line, had practically a new bottom, including the whole of the keel, completed in 26 days. This is possible because every facility is alongside the dock and the bottom of the vessel is on a level with the yard. This being the only hydraulic dock controlled automatically, in 1897, it has attracted a large amount of attention from engineering experts in this class of work. English, French, German, and Russian engineers have visited the Union Iron Works to study its working, and their reports have done much to bring the facilities offered to shipping for repairs by the Union Iron Works to the notice of ship owners all the world over. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. A Self-Moving Staircase. At the American Exhibition, held in the Crystal Palace in 1902, there was shown a staircase which, on payment of a penny, transported any sufficiently daring person from the ground floor to the gallery above. All that the experimenters had to do was to step boldly on, take hold of the balustrade, which moved at an equal pace with the stairs, and step off when the upper level was reached. The escalator, Latin scalae, flight of stairs, hails from the United States, where it is proving a serious rival to the elevator. In principle, it is a continuously working lift, the slow travel of which is more than compensated by the fact that it is always available. The ordinary elevator is very useful in a large business or commercial house, where it saves the legs of people who, if they had to tramp up flight after flight of stairs, would probably not spend so much money as they would be ready to part with if their vertical travel from one floor to another was entirely free of effort. But the ordinary lift is, like a railway, intermittent. We all know what it means to stand at the grill and watch the cage slide downwards on its journey of perhaps 4 floors when we want to go to a floor higher up. Rather than face the delay, we use our legs. Theoretically, therefore, a large emporium should contain at least 2 lifts. If the number be further increased, the would-be passenger will have a still better chance of getting off at once. Thus, at the station of the Central London Railway, we have to wait but a very few seconds before a grill is thrown back and an attendant invites us to "hurry up there, please." Yet there is delay while the cage is being filled. The actual journey occupies but a small fraction of the time which elapses between the moment when the first passenger enters the lift at the one end of the trip and the moment when the last person leaves it at the other end. In a building where the lift stops every 15 feet or so to take people on or put them off, the waste of time is still more accentuated. The escalator is always ready. You step on and are transported one stage. A second staircase takes you on at once if you desire it. There is no delay. Furthermore, the room occupied by a single escalator is much less than that occupied by the number of lifts required to give anything like an equally efficient service. In large American stores, then, it is coming into favor, and also on the Manhattan Elevated Railway of New York. When once the little nervousness accompanying the first use has worn off, it eclipses the lift. A writer in Cassier's Magazine says, "In one large retail store during the holiday season, more than 6,000 persons per hour have been carried upon the escalator for 5 hours of the day, and the aggregate for an entire day is believed to be 50,000. In the same store on an ordinary day, the passengers alighting at the second floor from the 8 large lifts which run from the basement to the 5th floor were counted, likewise the number at the escalator. This latter was found to be 859% of the number delivered by the 8 lifts. In another establishment in a very busy hour, the number taken from the first floor by the escalator was 4 times the number taken from the first floor by the 14 lifts, which were running at their maximum capacity. To the merchant, this spells opportunity for business. The experience at the 23rd Street and 6th Avenue station of the Manhattan Elevated Railway in New York during a recent shutdown of the escalator, which has been in service for some time, is interesting as showing the attitude of the public, of which many millions have been carried by the installation during the several years of its operation. The daily traffic receipts of this station for a period beginning several weeks before the shutdown and extending as many after, for the years 1903 and 1902, and receipts of the adjacent stations for the same period were carefully plotted, and the loss area during the period of shutdown was determined. The loss area was found to embrace 64,645 fares. It was, furthermore, daily a matter of observation that numbers of people, finding that the escalator was not running, refused to climb the stairs and turned away from the station. In the case of a great store, the escalator may be constructed as one continuous machine, with landings at each floor, and so arranged that steps which carry passengers up may perform a like service in carrying others down. Or separate machines may be installed in various locations, affording the best opportunity for displaying merchandise to the customer, who may be proceeding from the lower to the upper floor. In the case of a 6-story building, so equipped with escalator service in both directions, or in all 10 escalator flights, it is obvious that the facilities are equal to an impossible number of elevators, and as facility of access has a direct bearing upon opportunities for business, it may well be argued that the relative value, measured by rent, of the main and upper floors is greatly changed. Each step in a staircase has two parts: the tread or horizontal board on which the foot is placed, and the vertical riser, which acts both as a support to the tread above and also prevents the foot from slipping under the tread. In the escalator each tread is attached rigidly to its riser, and the two together form an independent unit. For the convenience of passengers in stepping on or off at the upper and lower landings, the treads in these places are all in the same horizontal plane. As they approach the incline, the risers gradually appear, and the treads separate vertically. At the top of the incline, the process is gradually reversed, the risers disappearing until the treads once more form a horizontal belt. The means of effecting this change is most ingenious. Each tread and its riser is carried on a couple of vertical triangular brackets, one at each side of the staircase. The base of the bracket is uppermost, to engage with the tread, and its apex has a hole through which passes a transverse bar, which in its central part forms a pin in the link chain by which power is transmitted to the escalator. Naturally, the step would tip over. This is prevented by a yoke attached to each end of the bar, at right angles to it and parallel to the tread. The yoke has at each extremity a small wheel running on its own rail, there being two rails for each side of the staircase. Since step, brackets, bar, and yoke are all rigidly joined together, the step is unable to leave the horizontal, but its relation to the steps above and below is determined by the arrangement of the rails on which the yoke wheels run. When these are in the same plane, all the yokes and consequently the treads will also be in the same plane. But at the incline, where the inner rail gradually sinks lower than its fellow, the front wheel of one tread is lower than the front wheel of the next, and the risers appear. It may be added that, owing to the double track at each side of the staircase, the back wheel of one tread does not interfere with the front wheel of that below, and that on the level they come abreast without jostling as the yoke is bent. The chain, of which the step bars form pins, travels under the center of the staircase. It is made up of links 18 inches long, having, in addition to the bars, a number of steel cross pins, 1 1/2 inches in diameter, their axes 3 inches apart, so that the chain as a whole has a 3-inch pitch. The hubs of the links are bushed with bronze and have a graphite inlay, which makes them self-lubricating. Every joint is turned to within 1/1000th inch of absolute accuracy. The tracks are of steel and hardwood, insulated from the ironwork which supports them by sheets of rubber. The wheels are so constructed as to be practically noiseless, so that as a whole the escalator works very quietly. It has been observed, says the authority already quoted, that beginners take pains to step upon a single tread, and that after a little experience no attention whatever is given to the footing, owing to the facility of adapting oneself to the situation. The upper landing is somewhat longer, thereby affording an interval for stepping off at either side of sufficient duration to meet the requirements of the aged and infirm. The sole function of the traveling landing is to provide a time interval to meet the requirements of the slowest acting passenger, and not of the alert. The terminal of the exit landing, be it top or bottom, for the escalator operates equally well for either ascent or descent, is a barrier, called the shunt, of which the lower member travels horizontally in a plane oblique to the direction of movement of the steps, and at a speed proportionately greater, thereby imparting a right angle resultant to the person or obstacle on the step which may come in contact with the shunt. By reason of this resultant motion, the person or obstacle is gently pushed off the end of the step upon the floor, without shock or injury in the slightest degree. The motion of the escalator is so smooth and constant that it does not interpose the least obstacle to the free movement of the passenger, who may walk in either direction or assume any attitude to the same degree as upon a stationary staircase. At Cleveland, USA, there has been erected a rolling roadway consisting of an inclined endless belt and platform made of planks 8 feet long, placed transversely across the roadway. The timbers are fastened together in trucks of 2 planks each, adjoining trucks being joined by heavy links to form a moving roadway, which runs on 4,000 small wheels. At each end the roadway, which is continuous, passes round enormous rollers. Its total length is 420 feet and the rise 65 feet. 4 electric motors placed at regular intervals along its length and all controlled by one man at the head of the incline drive it at 3 miles an hour. It can accommodate 6 wagons at a time. End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 22. Pneumatic Mail Tubes. You put your money on the counter. The shop assistant makes out a bill, and you wonder what he will do with it next. These large stores know nothing of an open till. Yet there are no cashier's desks visible, nor any overhead wires to whisk a carrier off to some corner where a young lady, enthroned in a box, controls all the pecuniary affairs of that department. While you are wondering, the assistant has wrapped the coin in the bill and put the two into a dumbbell-shaped carrier, which he drops into a hole. A few seconds later, flop, and the carrier has returned into a basket under another opening. There's something so mysterious about the operation that you ask questions, and it is explained to you that there are pneumatic tubes running from every counter in the building to a central pay desk on the first or second floor, and that an engine somewhere in the basement is hard at work all day compressing air to shoot the carriers through their tubes. Certainly a great improvement on those croquet ball receptacles, which progressed with a deliberation maddening to anyone in a hurry, along a wooden suspended railway. Now imagine tubes of this sort, only of a much larger diameter in some cases, passing for miles under the streets and houses, and you will have an idea of what the pneumatic mail dispatch means, the cash and bill being replaced by letters, telegrams, and possibly small parcels. Swift as the wind is a phrase often in our mouths when we wish to emphasize the celerity of an individual, an animal, or a machine, in getting from one spot of the earth's surface to another. Mercury, the messenger of uncertain-tempered Jove, was pictured with wings on his feet to convey, symbolically, the same notion of speed. The modern human messenger is so poor a counterpart of the god, and his feet are so far from being winged, that for certain purposes we have fallen back on elemental air currents, not unrestrained like the breezes, but confined to the narrow and certain paths of the metal tube. The pneumatic dispatch, which at the present day is by no means universal, has been tried in various forms for several decades. Its first public installation dates from 1853, when a tube 3 inches in diameter and 220 yards long was laid in London to connect the International Telegraph Company with the Stock Exchange. A vacuum was created artificially in front of the carrier, which the ordinary pressure of the atmosphere forced through the tube. Soon after, the post office authorities took the matter up, as the pneumatic system promised to be useful for the transmission of letters, but refused to face the initial expense of laying the tube lines. When in 1858 Mr. C.F. Varley introduced the high-pressure method, pneumatic dispatch received an impetus comparable to that given to the steam engine by the employment of high-pressure steam. It was now possible to use a double line of tubes economically, the air compressed for sending the carriers through the one line being pumped out of a chamber, which sucked them back through the other. Tubes for postal work were soon installed in many large towns in Great Britain, Europe, and the United States, including the 30-inch pneumatic railway between the Northwestern District Post Office and Eversholt Street and Euston Station, which for some months of 1863 transported the mails between these two points. The air was exhausted in front of the carriage by a large fan. Encouraged by its success, the company built a much larger tube, nearly 4.5 feet in diameter, to connect Euston Station with the General Post Office. This carried 14 tons of post office matter from one end to the other in a quarter of an hour. There was an intermediate station in Holborn, where the engines for exhausting had been installed. But owing to the difficulty of preventing air leakage round the carriages, The undertaking proved a commercial failure, and for years the very route of this pneumatic railway could not be found. So quickly are failures forgotten. The more useful small tube grew more vigorously in America and France. In or about the year 1875, the Western Union Telegraph Company laid tubes in New York to dispatch telegrams from one part of the city to the other, because they found it quicker to send them this way than over the wires. 18 years later, 15 miles of tubes were installed in Chicago to connect the main offices of the same company with the newspaper offices in the town, and with various important public buildings. Messages which formerly took an hour or more in delivery are now flipped from end to end in a few seconds. The Philadelphia people, meanwhile, had been busy with a double line of 6-inch tubes, 3,000 feet long, laid by Mr. B.C. Bekere, between the Bourse and the General Post Office, for the carriage of mails. The first thing to pass through was a Bible wrapped in the Stars and Stripes. A 30-horsepower engine is kept busy exhausting and compressing the air needed for the service, which amounts to about 800 cubic feet per minute. Philadelphia can also boast an 8-inch service, connecting the General Post Office with the Union Railway station a mile away. 1.5 minutes suffice for the transit of the large carriers packed tightly with letters and circulars, nearly 500,000 of which are handled by these tubes daily. New York is equally well served. Tubes run from the General Post Office to the Produce Exchange, to Brooklyn, and to the Grand Central Station. The last is 3.5 miles distant, but 7 minutes only are needed for a tube journey, which formerly occupied the mail vans for nearly 3/4 of an hour. Paris is the city of Petite Bleu, so important an institution in the gay capital. Here a network of tubes connects every post office in the urban area with a central bureau, acting the part of a telephone exchange. If you want to send an express message to a friend anywhere in Paris, you buy a Petite Bleu, i.e. a very thin letter card not exceeding 1/4 ounce in weight, at the nearest post office, and post it in a special box. It whirls away to the exchange, and is delivered there if its destination be close at hand. Otherwise it makes a second journey to the office most conveniently situated for delivery. Everybody uses the Voie Pneumatique of Paris, so much cheaper than, and quite as expeditious as, the telegraph, with the additional advantage that all messages are transmitted in the sender's own handwriting. The system has been instituted for 1/4 of a century, and the Parisians would feel lost without it. London is by no means tubeless, for it has over 40 miles of 1.5, 2.25, and 3-inch lines radiating from the postal nerve center of the metropolis, of lengths ranging from 100 to 2,000 yards. The tubes are in all cases composed of lead, enclosed in a protecting iron piping. To make a joint, great care must be exercised, so as to avoid any irregularity of bore. When a length of piping is added to the line, a chain is first passed through it, which has at the end a bright steel mandrel just a shade larger than the pipe's internal diameter. This is heated and pushed halfway into the pipe already laid, and the new length is forced on to the other half till the ends touch. A plumber's joint having been made, the mandrel is drawn by the chain through the new length, obliterating any dents or malformations in the interior. The main lines are doubled, an up and a down track. Short branches have one tube only to work the inward and the outward dispatches. The carriers are made of gutta percha covered with felt. One end is closed by felt discs, fitting the tube accurately to prevent the passage of air. The other is open for the introduction of messages. As they fly through the tube, the carriers work an automatic signaling apparatus, which tells how far they have progressed, and when it will be safe to dispatch the next carrier. The London Post Office system is worked by 6 large engines, situated in the basement of the General Post Office. So useful has the pneumatic tube proved that a bill has been before Parliament for supplying London with a 12-inch network of tubes, totaling 100 miles of double line. In a letter published to the Times, April 19, 1905, the promoters of the scheme give a succinct account of their intentions, and of the benefits which they expect to accrue from the scheme if brought to completion. The Bekere system, they write, with which it is proposed to equip London, is not a development of the miniature systems used for telegrams or single letters here in Paris, Berlin, and other cities. Such systems deal with a felt carrier weighing a few ounces, which is stopped by being blown into a box. The Bekere system deals with a loaded steel carrier weighing 70 pounds, traveling with a very high momentum. The difference is fundamental. In this sense, pneumatic tubes are a recent invention, and absolutely new to Europe. The Bekere system is the response to a pressing need. Careful observations show that more than 30% of the street traffic is occupied with parcels and mails. These form a distinct class, differentiated from passengers on the one hand and from heavy goods on the other. The Bekere system will do for parcels and mails what the underground electric railways do for passengers. It has been in use for 12 years in America for mail purposes, and where used has come to be regarded as indispensable. The plan for London provides for nearly 100 miles of double tubes, with about twice that number of stations for receiving and delivery. The system will cover practically the county of London, and no point within that area can be more than 1/4 of a mile from a tube station. Beyond the county of London, deliveries will be made by a carefully organized suburban motor cart service. 30 of the receiving stations are to be established in the large stores. The diameter of the tube is to be of a size that will accommodate 80% of the parcels, as now wrapped, and 90% with slight adaptation. The remaining 10%, furniture, pianos, and other heavy goods, are to be dealt with by a supplementary motor service. If the tubes were enlarged, their object would be partially defeated, for with the increased size would go increased cost, great surplus of capacity, less frequent dispatch, and lower efficiency generally. The unsuccessful Euston Tunnel of 40 years ago, practically an underground railway, is an extreme illustration of this point, though in that case there were grave mechanical defects as well. From a mechanical point of view, the system has been brought to such perfection that it is no more experimental than a locomotive or an electric tram car. The unique value of tube service is due to immediate dispatch, high velocity of transit, immunity from traffic interruption, and economy. The greatest obstacle to rapid intercommunication is the delay resulting from accumulations due to time schedules. The function of tube service is to abolish time schedules and all consequent delays. The number of trade parcels annually delivered in London is estimated at more than 200 million. A careful canvass has been made of 1,000 shops only, which represent only a very small fraction of the total number in the county. As a result, it has been ascertained that these 1,000 shops deliver no fewer than 60 million parcels yearly, a fact that seems to more than justify the foregoing estimate. On the other hand, it is known from official data that the parcel post in London is represented by less than 25 million, or 1/9 of the total parcel traffic. With the tube system in operation, every parcel, instead of waiting for the next delivery, would leave the shop immediately. After being dispatched by the tube, it would be delivered at a tube station within 1/4 of a mile at least of its destination, and thence by messenger. The entire time consumed for an ordinary parcel would be not over an hour, and for a special parcel, 15 to 20 minutes. They require from 3 to 6 hours or longer at present. The advantages of the tube system to the public would be manifold. Customers would find their purchases at home upon their return, or if they preferred, could do their shopping by telephone, making their selections from goods sent on approval by tube. The shopman would find himself relieved from a vast amount of confusion and annoyance, less of his shop space given up to delivery, and his expenses reduced. Small shops would be able to draw upon wholesale houses for goods not in stock, while the customer waited. Such delay and confusion, as are frequently occasioned by fogs, would be reduced to a minimum. While the success of the project is not dependent on post office support, the post office should be one of the greatest gainers by it. The time of delivery of local letters would be reduced from an average of 3 hours and 6 minutes to 1 hour. Express letters would be delivered more quickly than telegrams. This has been demonstrated conclusively again and again in New York and other American cities where the tubes have been in operation for years. The latest time of posting country letters would be deferred from 1/2 to 1 hour, and incoming letters would be advanced by a similar period. The parcels post would gain in precisely the same way, but to an even larger extent. If the post office choose to avail themselves of the opportunity, every post office will become a tube station, and every tube station a post office. Thus the same number of postmen, covering but a tithe of the present distances, could make deliveries without time schedules, at intervals of a few minutes, with a handful instead of a bagful of letters. The sorting of mails would be performed at every station instead of at a few. Incoming country mails would be taken from the bags at the railway termini, and the same bags refilled with the outgoing country mails, thus avoiding needless carriage to the post office and back. No bags at all would be used for the local mails, the steel carriers themselves answering that purpose. At every tube terminal a post office clerk would be stationed, so that the mails would never for an instant be out of post office control. Its absolute security would be further ensured by a system of locking, so that the carriers could only be opened by authorized persons at the station to which they were directed. These safeguards offer a striking contrast to the present method that entrusts mail bags to the sole custody of van drivers in the employ of private contractors. If the mails were handled by tube, businessmen would be able to communicate with each other and receive replies several times in one day, and country and foreign letters could always be answered upon the day of receipt. The effect would be felt all over the empire. Would the laying of the tubes seriously impede traffic? The promoters assure us that the inconvenience would not be comparable to that caused by the laying of a gas, water, or telephone system. When one of those has been laid, the annoyance, the urge, has only begun. The streets must be periodically reopened for the purpose of making thousands of house connections, extensions, and repairs. When a pneumatic tube is once down, it is good for a generation at least. It is not subject to recurrent alterations incidental to house connections and repairs. In 3 American cities, the tubes have been touched but 3 times in 12 years, and in those cases the causes were a bursting water main and faulty adjacent electric installations. The repairs were effected in a few hours. From a general consideration of the scheme, we may now turn to some mechanical details. The pipes would be of a 1-foot internal diameter, made in 12-foot lengths. Straight sections, writes an engineering correspondent of the Times, would be of cast iron, bored, counterbored, and turned to a slight taper at one end, to fit a recess at the other end of the next tube, to form the joints, which could be caulked. Joints made in this way are estimated to permit a deflection of 2 inches from the straight, so that the laying and bedding need not be exact. Bent sections are to be of seamless brass. These are bored true before bending. The permissible curvature is determined upon the basis of a maximum bend of 1 foot radius for every 1 inch of diameter. The 1 foot diameter of the London tubes would consequently be allowed a maximum curvature of 12-foot radius. Measured at the enlarged end, the overall diameter of each pipe is 17 inches, and as 2 such pipes are to be laid side by side, with 18 inches between centers, the clear width will be 35 inches. The trenches are therefore to be cut 36 inches wide, and in order to have a comparatively free run for the sections, it is proposed to cut the trenches 6 feet deep. When the 100 miles of piping have been laid, the entire system will be tested to a pressure of 25 pounds to the square inch, or about 2.5 times the working pressure. Engines of 10,000 HP will be required to feed the lines with air for the propulsion of the carriers, each 3 feet 10 inches long and weighing 70 pounds. In order to ensure the delivery of a carrier at its proper destination, whether a terminus or an intermediate station, Mr. Bekere has made a most ingenious provision. On the front of a carrier is fixed a metal plate of a certain diameter. At each station 2 electric wires project into the tube, and as soon as a plate of sufficient diameter to short-circuit these wires arrives, the current operates delivery mechanism, and the carrier is switched off into the station box. The dispatcher, knowing the exact size of disk for each station, can therefore make certain that the carrier shall not go astray. It may occur to the reader that, should a carrier accidentally stick anywhere in the tubes, it would be a matter of great difficulty to locate it. Evidently one could not feel for it with a long rod and half a mile of tubing, the distance between every 2 stations, with much hope of finding it. But science has evolved a simple, and at the same time quite reliable, method of coping with the problem. M. Bontemps is the inventor. He locates trouble in Paris tubes by firing a pistol and exactly measuring the time which elapsed between the report and its echo. As the rate of sound travel is definitely known, instruments of great delicacy enable the necessary calculations to be made with great accuracy. When a breakdown occurred on the Philadelphia tube line, Mr. Bekere employed this method with great success. For street excavation, made on the strength of rough measurements, with the timing apparatus, came within a few feet of the actual break in the pipe, caused by a subsidence, while the carriers themselves were found almost exactly at the point where the workmen had been told to begin digging. There is no doubt that, were such a system as that proposed established, an enormous amount of time would be saved to the community. A letter from Charing Cross to Liverpool Street, says the World's Work, occupies by post 3 hours. By tube transit it would occupy 20 to 40 minutes, or by an express system of tube transit 10 to 15 minutes. Express messages carried by the post office in London last year, 1903, numbered about 1.5 million, but the cost sometimes seems very heavy. To send a special message by hand from Hampstead to Fleet Street, for example, costs 1s. 3d and takes about an hour. It is claimed that it could be sent by pneumatic tube at a cost of 3d and from 15 to 20 minutes, and that for local service the tube would be far quicker than the telegraph, and many times cheaper. It has been calculated that from 1/6 to 1/4 of the wheeled traffic of London is occupied with the distributions of mails and parcels, and if the tubes relieved the streets to this extent, this fact alone would be a strong argument in their favor. It is impossible to believe that tube transmission on a gigantic scale will not come. Hitherto its development has been hindered by mechanical difficulties, but these have been mostly removed. In the United States, where the adage "time is money" is lived up to in a manner scarcely known on this side of the Atlantic, the device has been welcomed for public libraries, warehouses, railway depots, factories, in short for all purposes where the employment of human messengers means delay and uncertainty. 20 years ago Berlier proposed to connect London and Paris by tubes of a diameter equal to that of the pipes contemplated in the scheme now before Parliament. Our descendants may see the tubes laid, for when once a system of transportation has been proved efficient, on a large scale, its development soon assumes huge proportions. And even the present generation may witness the tubes of our big cities lengthen their octopus arms till town and town are in direct communication. After all, it is merely a question of, will it pay? We have the means of uniting Edinburgh and London by tubes as effectually as by telephone or telegraph. And since the general trend of modern commerce is to bring the article to the customer rather than to give the customer the trouble of going to select the article in situ, this applies of course to small portable things only. Shopping from a distance will come into greater favor, and the pneumatic tube will be recognized as a valuable ally. We can imagine that Mrs. Robinson, of, say, Reading, will be glad to be spared the fatigue of a journey to Regent Street, when a short conversation over the telephone wires is sufficient to bring to her door, within an hour, a selection of silverware from which to choose a wedding present, and her husband, whose car has perhaps broken a rod at Newbury, will be equally glad of the quick delivery of a duplicate part from the makers. These are only 2 possible instances, which do not claim to be typical or particularly striking. If you sit down and consider what an immense amount of time and expense could be saved to you in the course of a year by a lightning dispatch, you will soon come to the conclusion that the pneumatic tube has a great future before it. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2020. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 23. An Electric Postal System. Far swifter than the movements of air are those of the electric current, which travels many thousands of miles in a second of time. 30 miles an hour is the speed proposed for the pneumatic tube system mentioned in our last chapter. An Italian, Count Roberto Taego Piscicelli, has elaborated an electric post which, if realized, will make such a velocity as that seem very slow motion indeed. Cable railways, for the transmission of minerals, are in very common use all over the world. At Hong Kong and elsewhere, they do good service for the transport of human beings. The car or truck is hauled along a stout steel cable, supported at intervals on strong poles of wood or metal, by an endless rope wound off and on to a steam-driven drum at one end of the line, or motion is imparted to it by a motor, which picks up current as it goes from the cable itself or other wires with which contact is made. Count Piscicelli's electric post is an adaptation of the electric cableway to the needs of parcel and letter distribution. At present, the mail service between towns is entirely dependent on the railway for considerable distances, and on motors and horsed vehicles in cases where only a comparatively few miles intervene. London and Birmingham, to take an instance, are served by 7 dispatches each way every 24 hours. A letter sent from London in the morning would, under the most favorable conditions, not bring an answer the same day, at least not during business hours. So that urgent correspondence must be conducted over either the telephone or the telegraph wires. Count Piscicelli proposes a network of light cableways, 4 lines on a single set of supports, between the great towns of Britain. Each line, or rather track, consists of 4 wires, 2 above and 2 below, each pair on the same level. The upper pair form the runway for the 2 main wheels of the carrier. The lower pair are for the trailing wheels. 3 of the wires supply the 3-phase current which drives the carrier. The 4th operates the automatic switches installed every 3 or 4 miles for transforming the high-tension 5,000-volt current into low-tension 500-volt current in the section just being entered. The carriers would be suitable for letters, book parcels, and light packages. The speed at which they would move, 150 miles per hour to begin with, would render possible a 10-minute service between, say, the towns already mentioned. The inventor has hopes of increasing the speed to 250 miles per hour, a velocity which would appear visionary had we not already before us the fact that an electric car weighing many tons has already been sent over the Berlin-Zossen railway at 131.5 miles per hour. At any rate, the electric post can reasonably be expected to outstrip the ordinary express train. Should such speeds as Count Piscicelli confidently discusses, says the world's work, be attained, they would undoubtedly confer immense benefits upon the mercantile and agricultural community. Upon the agricultural community, because in this system is to be found that avenue of transmission to big centers of population of the products of la petite culture, in which Mr. Rider Haggard, for example, in his invaluable book on Rural England, sees help for the farmer and for all connected with the cultivation of the soil. Count Piscicelli proposes to obviate the delays at dispatching and receiving towns by an interurban postal system in which the principal offices of any city would be connected with the head office and with the principal railway termini. From each of the sub-offices would radiate further lines, along which post-collecting pillars are erected, and over which lighter motors and collecting boxes, similar to the dispatch boxes, travel. The letter is put in through a slot and the stamp cancelled by an automatic apparatus with the name of the district, number of the post, and time of posting. The letter then falls into a box at the foot of the column. On the approach of a collecting box, the letter slot would be closed, and by means of an electric motor, the receptacle containing the letters lifted to the top of the column and its contents deposited in the collecting box, which travels alone past other post-collecting poles, taking from each its toll, and so on to the district office. Here, in a mercantile center, a first sorting takes place, local letters being retained for distribution by postmen, and other boxes carry their respective loads to the different railway termini or central office. Were such an order of things established, there would be a good excuse for the old countrywoman who sat watching the telegraph wire for the passage of a pair of boots she was sending to her son in faraway London. End of section 26.
Section 27 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Glover. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 24. Agricultural Machinery. Agriculture is at once the oldest and most important of all national industries. Man, being a graminivorous animal, witness his molar or grinding double teeth, has, since the earliest times, been obliged to observe the seasons, planting his crops when the ground is moist, and reaping them when the weather is warm and dry. Apart from the nomad races of the deserts and steppes, who find their chief subsistence in the products of the date palm and of their flocks and herds, all nations cultivate a large portion of the country which they inhabit. Ancient monuments, the oldest inscriptions and writings, bear witness to the prime importance of the plough and reaping hook, and it may be reasonably assumed that the progress of civilization is proved by the increased use of cereal foods and better methods of garnering and preparing them. For thousands of years the sickle, which Greek and Roman artists placed in the hands of their goddess of the harvest, and the rude plough, consisting of, perhaps, only a crooked bough with a pointed end, were practically the only implements known to the husbandman besides his spade and mattock. Where labor is abundant and each householder has time to cultivate the little plot which suffices for the maintenance of his own family, and while there is little inducement to take part in other than agricultural industries, tedious and time-wasting methods have held their own. But in highly civilized communities, carrying on manufactures of all sorts, it is difficult for the farmer to secure an abundance of human help, and yet it is recognized that a speedy preparation and sowing of the land, and a prompt gathering and threshing of the harvest, is all in favor of producing a successful and well-conditioned crop. In England, 80 years ago, 3 men lived in the country for everyone who lived in the town. Now the proportion has been reversed, and that not in the British Isles alone. The world does not mean to starve, but civilization demands that as few people as possible should be devoted to procuring the staff of life for both man and beast. We should reasonably expect, therefore, that the immense advance made in mechanical science during the last century should have left a deep mark on agricultural appliances. Such an expectation is more than justified, for are there not many among us who have seen the sickle and the flail at work, where now the self-binder and threshing machine perform the same duties in a fraction of the time formerly required? The plowman, plodding sturdily down the furrow behind his clever team, is indeed still a common sight. But in the tilling season, do we not hear the snort of the steam engine, as its steel rope tears a 6-furrow plow through the mellow earth? When the harvest comes, we realize even more clearly how largely machinery has supplanted man. While in the processes of separating the grain from its straw, the human element plays an even smaller part. It would not be too much to say that, were we to revert next year to the practices of our grandfathers, we should starve in the year following. This chapter will be confined to a consideration of machinery operated by horse, steam, or other power, which falls under 4 main headings: plows, drills, reapers, and threshers. Plows. The firm of Messrs. John Fowler and Company, of Leeds, is most intimately connected with the introduction of the steam plow and cultivator. Their first type of outfit included one engine only, the traversing of the plow across the field being effected by means of cables passing round a pulley on a low 4-wheeled truck, moved along the opposite edge of the field by ropes dragging on an anchor. Another method was to have the engine stationary at one corner of the field and an anchor at each of the 3 other corners, the 2 at the ends of the furrow being moved for every journey of the plow. In or about the year 1865, this arrangement succumbed to the simple and, as it now seems to us, obvious improvement of introducing a second engine to progress vis-a-vis with the first, and do its share of the pulling. The modern 8-furrow steam plow will turn 10 acres a day quite easily, at a much lower cost than that of horse labor. For tearing up land after a crop, cultivators are sometimes used. They have arrowhead-shaped coulters, which cut very deep and bring large quantities of fresh earth to the surface. The ground is now pulverized by harrows of various shapes, according to the nature of the crop to be sown. English farmers generally employ the spike harrow, but Yankee agriculturists make great use of the spring-tooth form, which may be best described as an arrangement of very strong springs, much resembling in outline the springs of house bells. The shorter arm is attached to the frame, while the longer and pointed arm tears the earth. Drills and seeders. In highly civilized countries, the man carrying a basket from which he flings seeds broadcast is a very rare sight indeed. The primitive method may have been effective. A good sower could cover an acre evenly with half a pint of turnip seed, but very slow. We now use a long bin mounted on wheels, which revolves discs inside the bin, furnished with tiny spoons round the periphery to scoop small quantities of seed into tubes terminating in a coulter. The farmer is thus certain of having evenly planted and parallel rows of grain, which in the early spring, when the sprouting begins, make so pleasant an addition to the landscape. The corn or maize crop of the United States is so important that it demands special sowing machinery, which plants single grains at intervals of about 18 inches. A somewhat similar device is used for planting potatoes. Passing over the weeding machines, which offer no features of particular interest, we come to the reaping machines, on which a vast amount of ingenuity has been expended. At the beginning of the 19th century, the Royal Agricultural Society of Great Britain offered a prize for the introduction of a really useful machine which should replace the scythe and sickle. Several machines were brought out, but they did not prove practical enough to attract much attention. Cyrus H. McCormick invented in 1831 the reaper, which, with very many improvements added, is today employed in all parts of the world. The most noticeable point of this machine was the bar furnished with a row of triangular blades, which passed very rapidly to and fro through slots in an equal number of sharp steel points, against which they cut the grain. The to and fro action of the cutter blade was produced by a connecting rod working on a crank rotated by the wheels carrying the machine. The first McCormick reaper did wonders on a Virginian farm. Other inventors were stimulated, and in 1833 there appeared the Hussey reaper, built on somewhat similar lines. For 12 years or so, these two machines competed against one another all over the United States, and then McCormick added a raker attachment, which, when sufficient grain had accumulated on the platform, enabled a second man on the machine to sweep it off, to be tied up into a sheaf. At the Great Exhibition held in London in 1851, the judges awarded a special medal to the inventor, reporting that the whole expense of the exhibition would have been well recouped if only the reaper were introduced into England. From France, McCormick received the decoration of the Legion of Honor, for having done more for the cause of agriculture than any man then living. It would be reasonable to expect that, after this public recognition, the mechanical reaper would have been immediately valued at its true worth. Yet no man had more difficulty in introducing his machines than the pioneer inventor of agricultural implements. Farmers everywhere were slow to accept it, and manufacturers were unwilling to undertake its manufacture. Even after the value of the machine had been demonstrated, everyone seemed to fear that it would break down on rocky and uneven fields, and the inventor had to demonstrate in person to the farmers the practicability of the reapers, and then even guarantee them before the money could be obtained. Through all these trying discouragements, the persistent inventor passed before he saw any reward for the work that he had spent half a lifetime in perfecting. The ultimate triumph of the inventor may be sufficient reward for his labors and discouragements, but those who would begrudge him the wealth that he subsequently made from his invention should consider some of the difficulties and obstacles he had to overcome in the beginning. In 1858, an attachment was fitted to replace the second passenger on the machine. 4 men followed behind to tie up the grain as it was shot off the machine. Inventors tried to abolish the need for these extra hands by means of a self-binding device. A practical method, employing wire, appeared in 1860, but so great was the trouble caused by stray pieces of the wire getting into threshing and other machinery through which the grain subsequently passed that farmers went back to handwork, until the Appleby patent of 1873 replaced wire by twine. Words alone would convey little idea of how the corn is collected and encircled with twine, how the knot is tied by an ingenious shuttle mechanism, and how it is thrown out into a set of arms which collect sufficient sheaves to form a stook before it lets them fall. So we would advise our readers to take the next chance of examining a modern self-binder, and to persuade the man in charge to give as lucid an explanation as he can of the way in which things are done. Popular prejudice having once been conquered, the success of the reapers was assured. The year 1870 saw 60,000 in use. By 1885, the output had increased to 250,000. And today, the manufacture of agricultural labor-saving machines gives employment to over 200,000 people, an equal number being occupied in their transport and sale in all parts of the globe. In California, perhaps more than in any other country, power agricultural machinery is seen at its best. Great traction engines here take the place of human labor to an extraordinary extent. The largest, of 50 horsepower and upwards, with driving wheels 60 inches in diameter and flanges of generous width, travel over the uneven surface of the grain fields, crossing ditches and low places, and descending the sides of steep hills, with as much apparent ease as a locomotive rolls along its steel rails. Such powerful traction engines, or automobiles as they are commonly called by the American farmers, are capable of dragging behind them 16 10-inch plows, 4 6-foot harrows, and a drill and seeder. The land is thus plowed, drilled, and seeded all at one time. From 50 to 75 acres of virgin soil can thus be plowed and planted in a single day. When the harvest comes, the engines are again brought into service, and the fields that would ordinarily defy the best efforts of an army of workmen are garnered quickly and easily. The giant harvester is hitched to the traction engine in place of the plows and harrows, and cuts, binds, and stacks the golden wheat from 75 acres in a single day. The cutters are 26 feet wide, and they make a clear swath across the field. Some of them thresh, clean, and sack the wheat as fast as it is cut and bound. Other traction engines follow to gather up the sacked wheat, and whole trainloads of it thus move across the field to the granaries or railways of the seaboard or interior. For dead ripe crops, the header is often used in California. Instead of being pulled, it is pushed by mules, and merely cuts off the heads, leaving the straw to be trampled down by the animals, since it has no value. Swaths as wide as 50 feet are thus treated, the grain being threshed out while the machine moves. One of the most beautiful, and at the same time useful, crops in the world is that of maize, which feeds not only vast numbers of human beings, but also countless flocks and herds, the latter eating the green stalks as well as the ripened grain. The United States alone produced no less than 2,523,648,312 bushels of this cereal in 1902, as against 987 million bushels of wheat and 670 million bushels of barley. Now, maize has a very tough stalk, often 10 feet high and an inch thick, which cannot be cut with the ease of wheat or barley, so a special machine has been devised to handle it. The row of corn is picked up, if fallen, by chains furnished with projecting spikes, working at an angle to the perpendicular, so as to lift and simultaneously pull back the stalks, which pass into a horizontal V-shaped frame. This has a broad opening in front, but narrows towards its rear end, where stationary sickles fixed on either side give the stalk a drawing cut before it reaches the single knife moving to right and left in the angle of the V, which severs the stalk completely. The McCormick machine gathers the corn in vertical bundles and ties them up ready for the shockers. Threshing machines. In principle, these are simple enough. The straw and grain is fed into a slot and pulled down between a toothed rotating drum and a fixed toothed concave. These tear out the grain from the ear. The former falls into the hopper of a winnowing and riddling machine, which clears it from dust and husks, and allows it to pass to a hopper. An endless chain of buckets carries it to the delivery bins, holding just one sackful each, which, when full, discharge the grain through spouts into the receptacles waiting below their mouths. An automatic counter records the number of sackfuls of corn that have been discharged, so that dishonesty on the part of employees becomes practically an impossibility. While the grain is thus treated, oscillating rakes have arranged the straw and shaken it out behind in a form convenient for binding, and the chaff is passed to its proper heap. to be used as fuel for the engine or as food for cattle. Petrol-driven field machinery. On water, rail, and road, the petrol engine has entered into rivalry with steam, very successfully too, and now it bids fair to challenge both steam engine and horse as the motive power for agricultural operations. Probably the best-known English petrol-driven farmer's help is that made by Mr. Dan Albon of Biggleswade, who in past times did much to introduce the safety bicycle to the public. The Availle motor is not beautiful to look upon. Its sides are slab, its outlines rather suggestive of an inverted punt. But it is a willing and powerful worker, requires no feeding in the early hours of the morning, no careful brush down after the day's work, no halts to ease wearied muscles. In one tank is petrol, in another lubricating oil, in a third water to keep the cylinders cool. A double-cylinder motor of 18 horsepower transmits its energy through a large clutch and train of cogs to the road wheels, made extra wide and well corrugated, so that they shall not sink into soft ground or slip on hard. There is a broad pulley wheel peeping out from one side of the machine, which is ready to drive chaff cutters or threshers, pump, grind corn, or turn a dynamo at a moment's notice. Hitch the Availle onto a couple of reapers or a 3-furrow plow, and it soon shows its superiority to man's friend. Here are some records. 11 acres, 1 rood, 13 poles of wet loam land plowed in 17.5 hours, at a cost per acre of 5 shillings. 19 acres of wheat reaped and bound in 10 hours, at a cost of 1 shilling 9 pence per acre. 15 acres, 3 roods of heavy grass cut in 3.5 hours, cost 1 shilling per acre. With horses, the average cost of plowing is about 10 shillings an acre, of reaping 5 shillings, so that the motor does at least twice the work for the same money. We may quote a paragraph from the pen of Home Counties, a well-known and perspicacious writer on agricultural topics. It is because motor farming is likely to result in a more thorough cultivation of the land and a more skillful and more enlightened practice of agriculture, and not in a further extension of those deplorable land-scratching and acre-grasping methods of which so many pitiful examples may be seen on our clay soils, that its beginnings are being sympathetically watched by many people who have the best interests of the rural districts and the prosperity of agriculture at heart. Will our farmers give the same welcome to the agricultural motor that was formerly accorded to the mechanical reaper? Prophecy is risky, but if, before a decade has elapsed, the horse has not been largely replaced by petrol on large farms and light land, the writer of these lines will be much surprised. Electrical farming machinery. In France, Germany, Austria, and the United States, the electric motor has been turned to agricultural uses. Where water power is available, it is peculiarly suitable for stationary work, such as threshing, chaff cutting, root slicing, grinding, etc. The current can be easily distributed all over a large farm and harnessed to portable motors. Even plowing has been done with electricity, the energy being derived either from a steam engine placed nearby or from an overhead supply passing to the plow through trolley arms, similar to those used on electric trams. The great advances made recently in electrical power transmission and in the efficiency of the electric motor bring the day in sight when on large properties the fields will be girt about by cables and poles as permanent fixtures. All the usual agricultural operations of plowing, drilling, and reaping will then be independent of horses or of steam engines panting laboriously on the headlands. In fact, The experiment has been tried with success in the United States. Whichever way we look, giant steam is bowing before a superior power. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Glover. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 25. Dairy Machinery. Milking Machines. The farm laborer, perched on a three-legged stool, his head leaning against the soft flank of a cow as he squirts the milk in snowy jets into the frothing pail, is like the blacksmith's forge, throwing out its fiery spark shower, one of those sights which from childhood up exercise a mild fascination over the onlooker. Possibly he or she may be an interested person in more senses than one, if the contents of the pail are ultimately to provide a refreshing drink, for milk never looks so tempting as when it carries its natural froth. Modern methods of dairying demand the most scrupulous cleanliness in all processes. Pails, pans, and churns should be scoured until their shining surfaces suggest that on them the tiniest microbe could not find a footing. Buildings must be well aired, scrubbed, and treated occasionally with disinfectants. Even the danger may lurk unseen, and the milk is therefore, for certain purposes, sterilized by heating it to a temperature approaching boiling point, and simultaneously agitating it mechanically to prevent the formation of scum on the surface. It is then poured into sealed bottles which bid defiance to exterior noxious germs. The human hand, even if washed frequently, is a difficult thing to keep scientifically clean. The milkman has to put his hand now on the cow's side, now on his stool. In short, he is constantly touching surfaces which cannot be guaranteed germless. He may therefore infect the teats, which in turn infect the milk. So that, for health's sake as well as to minimize the labor and expense of milking, various devices have been tried for mechanically extracting the fluid from the udder. Many of these have died quick deaths on account of their practical imperfections, but one, at least, may be pronounced a success. The Lawrence Kennedy cow milker, which is worked by electricity, and supplies another proof of the adaptability of the mysterious fluid to the service of man. On the Isle de la Loche, in the Seine, is a dairy farm which is most up-to-date in its employment of labor-saving appliances, including that just mentioned. Here, a turbine generates power to work vacuum pumps of large capacity. The pumps are connected to tubes terminating in cone-shaped rubber caps that can be easily slipped onto the teat, 4 caps branching out from a single suction chamber. As soon as they have been adjusted, the milkman, now shorn of a great part of his rights to that title, turns on the vacuum cock, and the pulsator, a device to imitate the periodic action of hand milking, commences to work. The number of pulsations per minute can be regulated to a nicety by adjusting screws. On its way to the pail, the milk passes through a glass tube, so that the operator may see when the milking is completed. This method eliminates the danger of hand contamination. It also protects the milk entirely from the air, and it has been stated that, when thus extracted, milk keeps sweet for a much longer time than under the old system. The cows apparently do not object to machinery replacing man, not even the Jersey breed, which are the most fidgety of all the tribe. Under the heading of economy, the user scores heavily, for a single attendant can adjust and watch a number of mechanical milkers, whereas 1 man, 1 cow must be the rule where the hand is used. From the point of romance, the world may lose. The vacuum pump cannot vie with the pretty milkmaid of the songs. Practical people will, however, rest content with pure milk minus the beauty, in preference to milk plus the microbe and the milkmaid, who, especially when she is a man, is not always so very beautiful after all. Cream separators. In the matter of separating the fatty from the watery elements of milk, machinery also plays a part. The custom of allowing the cream to rise in open pans suffices for small dairies where speed and thoroughness of separation are not of primary importance. But when cream is required in wholesale quantities for the markets of large towns, or for conversion into butter, much greater expedition is needed. The mechanical cream separator takes advantage of the laws of centrifugal force. Milk is poured into a bowl rotating at high speed on a vertical axis. The heavier, watery portions climb up the sides of the bowl in their endeavor to get as far away as possible from the center of motion, while the lighter particles of cream, not having so much momentum, are compelled to remain at the bottom. By a simple mechanical arrangement, the very skim milk is forced out of one tube, and the cream out of another. An efficient separator removes up to 99% of the butter fat. Small sizes, worked by hand, treat from 10 to 100 gallons of milk per hour, while the large machines, extensively used in creameries and turned by horse, steam, electric, or other power, have a capacity of 450 gallons per hour. The saving effected by mechanical methods of separation is so great that dairy farmers can now make a good profit on butter, which formerly scarcely covered out-of-pocket expenses incurred in its manufacture. A machine for drying milk. Milk contains 87% of water and about 12% of nutritive matter. Milk which has had the water evaporated from it becomes a highly concentrated food, very valuable for many purposes, which could not be served by the natural fluid. Until lately, the process of separating the solid and liquid constituents was too costly to render the manufacture of dried milk a profitable industry. But now there is on the market a drying apparatus manufactured by Messrs. James Milnes and Son of Edinburgh, which almost instantaneously drives off the water. The machine used for this, the Just Hat Maker, process is simple. It consists of two large metal drums, 28 inches in diameter and 5 feet long, mounted horizontally in a framework with a space of about 1/8 of an inch between them. High-pressure steam, admitted to the drums through axial pipes, raises their surface to a temperature of 220 degrees Fahrenheit. The milk is allowed to flow in thin streams over the revolving drums, the heat of which quickly evaporates the water. A coating of solid matter gradually forms, and this is scraped off by a knife and falls into a receptacle. The milk is not boiled nor chemically altered in any way, though completely sterilized by the heat. This machine promises to revolutionize the milk trade, as farmers will now be able to convert the very perishable product of their dairies into an easily handled and imperishable powder of great use for cooking and the manufacture of sweetmeats. Explorers and soldiers can have their milk supply reduced to tabloid form, and a pound 10 of the lozenges will temper their tea or coffee over many a campfire far removed from the domestic cow. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 26. Sculpturing Machines. The savage who, with a flint point or bone splinter, laboriously scratched rude figures on the walls of his cave dwelling, did the best he was capable of to express the emotions which affect the splendidly equipped sculptor of today. He wished to record permanently some shape in which for the time he was interested, religiously or otherwise. The sun, moon, and stars figure largely in primitive religions as objects of worship. They could be easily suggested by a few strokes of a tool. But when mortals turned from celestial to terrestrial bodies, and to the worship of human or animal forms, the graven images of the Bible, a much higher level of art was reached by the sculptor, who endeavored to give faithful representations in marble of the great men of the time and of the gods which his nation acknowledged. The Egyptians, whose colossal monuments strew the banks of the Nile, worked in the most stubborn materials, basalt, porphyry, and granite, which would turn the edge of highly tempered steel, and therefore raise wonder in our minds as to the nature of the tools which the subjects of the pharaohs must have possessed. Only one chisel, of a bronze so soft that its edge turned at the first stroke against the rock under which it was found, has so far come to light. Of steel tools there is no trace, and we are left to the surmise that the ancients possessed some forgotten method of hardening other metals, including bronze, to a pitch quite unattainable today. Whatever were their implements, they did magnificent work. Witness the splendid sculptures of vast proportions to be found in the British Museum, and the yet huger statues, such as those of Memnon and those at Karnak, which attract tourists yearly to Egypt. The Egyptians admired magnitude; the Greeks perfection of outline. The human form in its most ideal development, so often found among a nation with whom athleticism was almost a religion, inspired many of the great classical sculptors, whose work never has been, and probably never will be, surpassed. Great honor awaited the winner in the Olympian games, but the most coveted prize of all was the permission given him, this after a succession of victories only, to erect a statue of himself in the sacred grove under the shrine of Olympian Jove. Happy the man who knew that succeeding generations would gaze upon a marble representation of some characteristic attitude assumed by him during his struggle for the laurel crown. Until recently, the methods of sculpture have remained practically unaltered for thousands of years. The artist first models his idea in clay or wax, on a small scale. He then, if he designs a life-size or colossal statue, erects a kind of iron skeleton to carry the clay of the full-sized model, copied proportionately from the smaller one. When this is finished, a piece mold is formed from it by applying wet lumps of plaster of Paris all over the surface in such a manner that they can be removed piecemeal and fitted together to form a complete mold. Into this liquid plaster is run for a hollow cast of the whole figure, which is smoothed and given its finishing touches by the master hand. This cast has next to be reproduced in marble. Both the cast and the block of marble are set up on scale stones, revolving on vertical pivots. An ingenious instrument called a pointing machine now comes into play. It has two arms ending in fine metal points, movable in ball and socket joints. These arms are first applied to the model, the lower being adjusted to touch a mark on the scale stone, the upper to just reach a mark on the figure. The operator then clamps the arms and revolves the machine towards the block of marble, the scale stone of which has been marked similarly to its fellow. The bottom arm is now set to rest on the corresponding mark of the scale stone, but the upper, which can slide back telescopically, is prevented from assuming its relative position by the unremoved portions of the block. The workman therefore merely notices the point on the block at which the needle is directed, and drills a hole into the marble on the line of the needle's axis, to a depth sufficient to allow the arm to be fully extended. This process is repeated, in some cases many thousands of times, until the block has been honeycombed with small holes. The carver can now strike off the superfluous marble, never going beyond the depth of a hole, and a rough outline of the statue appears. A more skilled workman follows him to shape the material to a close copy of the cast, and the sculptor himself adds the finishing touches which stamp his personality on the completed work. Only a select few of the world's greatest sculptors have ventured to strike their statues direct from the marble, without recourse to a preliminary model. Such a one was Michelangelo, who, as though seized by a creative frenzy, would hew and hack a block so furiously that the chips flew off like a shower, continuing his attack for hours, yet never making the single false stroke that in the case of other masters has ruined the work of months. He truly was a genius, and he must have possessed an almost supernatural faculty of knowing when he had reached the exact depth at any point in the great block of marble from which his design gradually emerged. The formation of artistic models will always require the master's hand, but the reproduction of the cast in marble or stone can now be performed much more expeditiously than is possible with the pointing machine. We have already 2 successful mechanisms which in an almost incredibly short time will eat a statue out of a block in faithful obedience to the movement of a pointer over the surface of a finished design. They are the Wenzel machine sculptor and Signor Augusto Bontempi's Meccaneglofo. The Wenzel sculpturing machine. In the basement of a large London business house we found, one dark November afternoon, 2 men at work with curious-looking frameworks, which they swayed backwards and forwards, up and down, to the accompaniment of a continuous clattering of metal upon stone. Approaching nearer, we saw, lying horizontally in the center of the machine, a small marble statue, its feet clamped to a plate with deep notches in the circumference. On either side, at equal distances, were 2 horizontal blocks of marble similarly attached to similar plates. The workman had his eyes glued on a blunt-nosed pointer projecting from the middle of a balanced frame. This he passed slowly over the surface of the statue, and simultaneously 2 whirring drills also attached to the frame ate into the stone blocks just so far as the movement of the frame would permit. The drills were driven by electric power and made some thousands of revolutions per minute, throwing off the stone they bit away in the form of an exceedingly fine white dust. It was most fascinating to watch the almost sentient performance of the drills. Just as a pencil in an artist's hands weaves line into line until they all suddenly spring into life and show their meaning, so did the drills chase apparently arbitrary grooves, which united, spread, and finally revealed the rough-hewn limb. Every now and then the machinist twisted the footplates round one notch, and snicked the retaining bolts into them. This exposed a fresh area of the statue and of the blocks to the pointer and the drills. The large, coarse drills used to clear away the superfluous material during the earlier stages of the work were replaced by finer points. The low relief was scooped out, the limbs molded, the delicate curves of cheek and the penciling of eyebrows and lips traced, and in a few hours the copies were ready for the usual smoothing and finishing at the hands of the human sculptor. According to the capacity of the machine, 2, 4, or 6 duplicates can be made at the cost of a little more power and time. Nor is it necessary to confine operations to stone and marble, for we were shown some admirable examples of wooden statues copied from a delicate little bronze, and, were special drills provided, the relations could be reversed, bronze becoming passive to motions controlled by the wooden original. Sculpturing made easy would be a tempting legend to write over the Wenzel machine, but it would not represent the truth. After all, the mechanism only copies, it cannot originate, which is the function of the sculptor. It stands to sculpturing in the same relation as the printer's process block to the artist's original sketch, or the lithographic plates to the painter's colored picture. Therefore, prejudice against machine-made statues is as unreasonable as objection to the carefully executed replica of a celebrated painting. The sculptor himself has not produced it at first hand, yet his personality has been stamped even on the copy, for the machine can do nothing except what has already been done for it. The machine merely displaces the old and imperfect pointing by hand, substituting a method which is cheaper, quicker, and more accurate in its interpretation of the model. It is obvious that, apart from sculpture proper, the industrial arts afford a wide field for this invention. In architecture, for instance, carved wood and stonework for interiors and exteriors of buildings have been regarded hitherto as expensive luxuries, yet in spite of their cost they are increasingly indulged in. The architect now has at his disposal an economical method of carving which will enable him to utilize ornamental stonework to almost any degree. Sculptured friezes, cornices, and capitals, which, under the old regime, would represent months of highly paid hand labor, may now be reproduced rapidly and in any quantity by the machine, which could be adapted to work on the scaffolding itself. What will become of the stonemasons? Won't they all be thrown out of work, or at least a large number of them? The best answer to these questions will be found in a consideration of industries in which machinery has replaced handwork. Has England, as a cotton-spinning nation, benefited because the power loom was introduced? Does she employ more operatives than she would otherwise have done? And are these better paid than the old hand weavers? All these queries must have "yes" written against them. In like manner, if statuary and decoration becomes inexpensive, 20 people will be able to afford what hitherto was within the reach of but one, and an industry will arise beside which the output of the present-day monumental mason will appear very insignificant. The sculpturing machine undoubtedly brings us one step nearer the universal House Beautiful. A complete list of the things which the versatile Wenzel can perform would be tediously long. Let it therefore suffice to mention boot lasts, gun stocks, molds, engineering patterns, numeral letters, and other articles of irregular shape as some of the more prosaic productions which grow under the buzzing metal points. Some readers may be glad to hear that the Wenzel promises another hobby for the individual who likes to use his hands, since miniature machines are purchasable which treat subjects of a size not exceeding 6 inches in diameter. No previous knowledge of carving is necessary, and as soon as the elementary principles have been mastered, the possessor of a small copier can take advantage of wet days to turn out statuettes, busts, and ornamental patterns for his own or friends' mantelpieces. And surely a carefully finished copy in white marble of some dainty classic figure or group will be a gift well worth receiving. The amateur photographer, the fret sawyer, and the chip carver will have to write Ichabod over their workshops. The Wenzel has left its experimental stage far behind. The German emperor, after watching the creation of a miniature bust of Beethoven, expressed his delight in a machine that could call a musician from lifeless stone. The whole of the interior decoration of the magnificent Rathaus, Charlottenburg, offers a splendid example of mechanical wood carving, which tourists would do well to inspect. We pass now to the Bontempi sculpturing machine. For such is the translation of the formidable word Meccana Golofo. This machine is the invention of Signor Augusto Bontempi, a native of Parma, who commenced life as a soldier in the Italian army, and while still young has won distinction as a clever engineer. His machine differs in most constructional details from the Wenzel. To begin with, the pressure of the drills on the marble is imparted by water instead of by the hand. Secondly, the block to be cut is arranged vertically instead of horizontally. Thirdly, the index pointer is not rigidly connected to the drill frame, but merely controls the valves of hydraulic mechanism which guides the drills in any required direction. The drills are rotated by electricity, but all their other movements come from the pressure of water. Undoubtedly, the most ingenious feature of the Bontempi apparatus is the pointer's hydraulic valve, which gives the drills a forward, lateral, or upward movement, or a compound of 2 or 3 movements. When the pointer is not touched, all the valve orifices remain closed, and the machine ceases to work. Should the operator pull the pointer forwards, a waterway is opened, and the liquid passes under great pressure to a cylinder which pushes the drill frame forward. If the pointer be also pressed sideways, a second channel opens and brings a second cylinder into action, and the frame as a whole is moved correspondingly, while an upward twist operates yet a third set of cylinders, and the workman himself rises with the drills. As soon as the sensitive tip of the pointer touches an object, it telescopes and immediately closes the valves so that the drills bore no further in that direction. The original and copies are turned about from time to time on their bases in a manner similar to that already described in treating the Wenzel. As many as 20 copies can be made on the largest machines. Quite recently there has been installed in Southwark, London, a gigantic Bontempi which stands 27 feet high and handles blocks 5 feet 6 inches square by 10 feet high and some 20 tons in weight. Owing to the huge masses to be worked, only one copy can be made at a time, though doubtless, if circumstances warranted the expense, a machine could be built to do double, triple, or quadruple duty. The proprietors have discovered an abrasive to grind granite. Ordinary steel chisels would be useless, and they expect a great demand for columns and monumental work in this stubborn material, as their machines turn out finished stuff a dozen times faster than the mason. An interesting story is told about the early days of Signor Bontempi's invention. When he set up his experimental machine at Florence, the workmen, following the example of the Luddites, rose in a body and threatened both him and his apparatus with destruction. The police had to be called in to protect the inventor, who thought it prudent to move his workshop to Naples, where the populace had broader-minded views. The Florentines are now sorry that they drove Signor Bontempi away, for they find that, instead of depressing the labor market, the mechanical sculptor is a very good friend to both proprietor and employee. Note: for information and illustrations, the author has to thank Mr. W. Hanson Bourne of the Machine Sculpture Company, Aldermary House, London, E.C., and Mr. E. W. Gaz, Secretary of the Automatic Sculpture Syndicate, Sumner Street, Southwark. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Romance of Modern Mechanism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Glover. The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams. Chapter 27. An Automatic Rifle. While science works ceaselessly to cure the ills that human flesh is heir to, invention as persistently devises weapons for man's destruction. Yesterday it was the discoveries of Pasteur and the Maxim gun. Today it is the Finsen rays and the Rexer automatic rifle. Though one cannot restrain a sigh on examining a new contrivance, the sole function of which is to deal out death and desolation, sadly wondering why such ingenuity might not have been directed to the perfecting of a machine, which would render life more easy and more pleasant. Yet from a book which deals with modern mechanisms, we may not entirely exclude reference to a class of engines on which man has expended so much thought ever since gunpowder first entered the arena of human strife. We therefore choose as our subject for this chapter a weapon hailing from Denmark, a country which, though small in area, contains many inventors of no mean repute. In a London office, within sight of the monument raised to England's great sailor hero, the writer first made acquaintance with the Rexer gun, which, venomous device that it is, can spit forth death 300 times a minute, though it weighs only about 18 pounds. Its form is that of an ordinary rifle, of somewhat clumsy build. The eye at once picks out a pair of supports, which project from a ring encircling it near the muzzle. Even a strong man would find 18 pounds too much to hold to his shoulder for any length of time, so the Rexer is primarily intended for stationary work. The user lies prone, rests the muzzle on its supports, presses the butt to his shoulder, and blazes away. History repeats itself in the chronicles of firearms, though it is a very long way from the old matchlock supported on a forked stick to the latest thing in rifles propped up by two steel legs. Machine guns, such as the Maxim and Hotchkiss, weigh 60 pounds and upwards, and have to be carried on a wheeled carriage, drawn either by horses or by a number of men. In very rough country they must be loaded on pack horses or mules. When required for action, the gun, its supports and appliances, separated for packing, must be hurriedly reassembled. This means loss of valuable time. The Rexer rifle can be carried almost as easily as a Lee Metford or Mauser, and fires the ordinary small-bore ammunition. Wherever infantry or cavalry can go, it can go too, without entailing any appreciable amount of extra haulage. Before dealing with its actual use as a fighting arm, we will notice the leading features of its construction. The gun comprises the stock, the casing, and trigger plate, which enclose the breech mechanism, the barrel, and the perforated barrel cover, to which are attached the forked legs on which the muzzle end is supported when firing, and which fold up under the cover when not in use. The power for working the mechanism is obtained from the recoil, which, when the gun is fired, drives the barrel, together with the breech and the other moving parts, some 2 inches backwards, thus compressing the powerful recoil spring which lies behind the breech, enclosed in the front part of the stock, and which, after the force of the recoil is spent, expands, and thus drives the barrel forward again into the firing position. The recoil and return of the breech operate a set of levers and other working parts within the casing, which, by their combined actions, following one another in fixed order, open the breech, eject the empty cartridge case, insert a new cartridge into the chamber, and close the breech. And when the gun is set for automatic action, and the gunner keeps his finger pressed on the trigger, the percussion arm strikes the hammer and the cartridge is fired, the round of operations repeating itself till the magazine is emptied, or until the gunner releases the trigger and thereby interrupts the firing. A noticeable feature is the steel tube surrounding the barrel. It is pierced with a number of openings to permit a circulation of air to cool the barrel, which is furnished with fins similar to those on the cylinder of an air-cooled petrol motor to help dissipate the heat caused by the frequent explosions. Near the ends of the cover are the guides, in which the barrel moves backwards and forwards under the influence of the recoil and the recoil spring. The supports are attached to the casing in such a way that the stock of the gun can be elevated or depressed and traversed through considerable angles without altering the position of the supports on the ground. The rear end of the barrel cover is firmly fixed to the casing of the breech mechanism, and forms with this and the stock the rigid part of the gun, in which the moving portions work, their motions being guided and controlled by cams and studs, working in grooves and notches, and on blocks attached to the rigid parts. Without the aid of special diagrams, it is rather hard to explain the working of even a simple mechanism, but the writer hopes that the following verbal description, for which he has to thank the Rexer Company, will at least go some way towards elucidating the action of the breech components. Inside the casing is the breech, the front end of which is attached rigidly to the barrel, the rear end being in contact with the recoil arm, which is directly operated by the recoil spring lying in a recess in the stock. In the breech is the breech block, which has three functions. First, to guide the new cartridges from the distributor, which passes them from the magazine one by one into the casing, to the firing position in the chamber, i.e., the expanded part of the bore at the rear end of the barrel. Secondly, to hold the cartridge firmly fixed in the chamber, and to act as an abutment, or support, to the back of the cartridge when it is fired, and thus transmit the backward force of the explosion to the recoil spring. Thirdly, to allow the spent cartridges to be discharged from the chamber by the extractor, and to direct them by means of a guide curved downwards from the chamber, so that they may be flung through an opening provided for that purpose in the trigger plate in front of the trigger, and out of the way of the gunner. This opening is closed by a cover when the gun is not in use, and opens automatically before the shot can be fired. In order to effect this threefold object, the breech block is pivoted in the rear to the rear of the breech, and has a vertical angular motion within it, so that the fore end of the block can move into three different positions in relation to the chamber: one below the chamber to guide the cartridge into it, one directly in line with the chamber to back the cartridge, and one above the chamber to allow the ejection of the spent cartridge case by the extractor. The cartridge is fired by a long pin through the breech block, struck behind by a hammer operated by a special spring. The first function of the breech block is, as we have said, to act as a guide for the cartridge into the chamber ready for firing, after the fashion of the old Martini-Henry breech block. The actual pushing forward of the cartridge is performed by a lever sliding on the top of the block. After the explosion, a small vertical lever jerks out the cartridge case against the block, and causes it to cannon downwards through the aperture in the trigger plate already mentioned. On the left-hand side of the breech casing is a small chamber, open at the top and on the side next to the breech. To the top is clipped the magazine, filled with 25 cartridges. The magazine is shaped somewhat like a slice of melon, only that the curved back and front are parallel. The sides converge towards the inner edge. It is closed at the lower end by a spring secured by a catch. When a magazine is attached to the open top of the chamber, the catch is released so as to put chamber and magazine in direct communication. The cartridges would then be able to drop straight into the breech chamber through the side slot, were the latter not protected by a curved horizontal shutter, called the distributor. Its action is such that when a cartridge is being passed through into the breech casing, the shutter closes, and holds the remaining cartridges in the magazine. And when the cartridge is passed, it opens and lets the next into position in the side casing. As soon as a cartridge enters the breech, it is pushed forward into the chamber, ready for firing by the feeder lever. The magazine and the holder are so arranged that when the last cartridge has passed from the magazine to the distributor, the motion of the moving parts of the gun is arrested till the magazine is removed. When the motion is resumed so far as to push the remaining cartridge into the chamber and bring the breech block into the firing position. When another magazine has been fixed in the holder, firing can be resumed by pulling the trigger. But if another magazine is not fixed in the holder, the last cartridge cannot be fired by pulling the trigger, and only by pulling a handle, which will be presently described. This arrangement secures the continuance of the automatic firing being interrupted only by the very brief interval required for charging the apparatus. The gun is fired, as usual, by pulling a trigger. If a steady pull be kept on the trigger, the whole contents of the magazine will be fired automatically, the last cartridge excepted. But if such continuous firing is not desired, a few shots at a time may be fired automatically by alternately pulling and releasing the trigger. If it is desired to fire shot by shot from the magazine, a small swivel on the trigger guard is moved so as to limit the movement of the trigger. By moving this swivel out of the way, automatic firing is resumed. The gun may also be fired without a magazine by simply feeding cartridges by hand into the magazine holder. In front of the trigger guard is a safety catch, and if this is set to safe, the gun cannot be fired until the catch is moved to fire. It is obvious that the recoil cannot come into action until a shot has been fired. A handle is therefore provided on the right-hand side outside the casing, by means of which the bolt forming the axis of the recoil and percussion arms may be turned so as to imitate the action of the recoil. This handle must be turned to bring the first cartridge into the chamber, but this having been done, the handle returns to its normal position, and need not be moved again. We may now watch a gunner at work. He chooses his position, opens out the supports, and pushes them into the ground so as to give the muzzle end a firm bearing. He then takes a magazine from the box he carries with him, and fixes it by rapid motion into the magazine holder. Then, resting his left hand on the stock to steady it, he pulls over the handle with his right so as to bring the barrel and all the moving mechanism into the backward position. He then releases the handle, and the recoil spring comes into action and drives the breech forward. When the controlling gear brings the front end of the breech block into its downward position, admits the first cartridge into the breech, and pushes it forward by the cartridge feeder into the barrel chamber. The breech block then rises to its central position at the back of the cartridge, and the gun is ready for firing. If automatic firing is required, the gunner sets the swivel at the back of the trigger in the right position, sights the object at which he has to fire, and pulls the trigger, thereby exploding the first cartridge. The recoil then drives back the barrel and the breech. The breech block is moved into its highest position, making room for the ejection of the empty cartridge case, which is then ejected by the extractor. At the end of the recoil, the block falls into its lowest position, the cartridge feeder having then arrived at the back of the breech block. The recoil spring now drives the breech forward, admits the new cartridge onto the breech block, and drives it forward by the feeder into the chamber. The breech block rises to its position behind the cartridge and is locked in that position. The percussion arm is then released automatically, strikes the hammer, and fires the second cartridge, the cycle of operations repeating itself till the last cartridge but one has been fired, when the magazine is charged and the cycle of operations is again renewed and continued till the second set of cartridges has been fired. The operations follow one another with such rapidity that the 25 cartridges contained in the magazine can be fired in less than 2 seconds. At the same time, the rate of firing remains under the control of the gunner, who can interrupt it at any moment by simply releasing the trigger. He can also alter his aim at any time and keep it directed on a moving object, and fire at any suitable moment. In service, it is not intended that every man should be armed with a Rexer, but only 3 to 5%, constituting a separate detachment which would act independently of the artillery and other machine guns. The latter would, as at present, cover the infantry's advance up to within some 500 yards of the enemy, but at this point would have to cease firing for fear of hitting their own men. This period, when the artillery can neither shoot over the heads of their infantry, nor bring up the guns for fear of losing the teams, affords the golden opportunity for the Rexer, which is advanced with the firing line. If the fire of the detachment were concentrated on a part of the enemy's line, that portion would be unable to reply while the attacking force rushed up to close quarters. 100 men armed with Rexers would be as valuable as several hundred carrying the ordinary service weapon, while they would be much more easily disposed, advanced, or withdrawn. A squadron of cavalry would be accompanied by 3 troopers armed with Rexers, and by one leading a pack horse laden with extra magazines. Each gunner would have on his horse 400 cartridges, and the pack horse 2,400 rounds, distributed in leather cases over a specially designed saddle. When a squadron, not provided with machine guns, has to open a heavy fire, a considerable proportion must remain behind the firing line to hold the horses of the firing party. When, on the other hand, Rexers are present, only a few men would dismount, leaving the main body ready to charge at the opportune moment, and should the attack fail, they could cover the retreat. A use will also be found for the Rexer in fortresses and on war vessels. In fact, everywhere where the machine gun can take a part. After exhaustive trials, the Danish government has adopted this weapon for both army and navy, and it doubtless will presently be included in the armament of other governments. There are signs that the most deadly arm of the future will be the automatic rifle. Perhaps a pattern even lighter than the Rexer may appear. If every unit of a large force could fire 300 rounds a minute, and ammunition were plentiful, we could hardly imagine an assault in which the attacking party would not be wiped out, even if similarly armed. For with the perfection of firearms, the man behind cover gets an ever-increasing advantage over his adversary advancing across the open. A ball-bearing rifle. Rapidity of fire is only one of the desirable features in a firearm. Its range, or perhaps we had better say its muzzle velocity, is of almost equal importance. The greater this is, the flatter is the trajectory or curve described by the bullet, and the more extended the point-blank range and the danger zone. Take the case of two rifles capable of flinging a bullet 1 mile and 2 miles respectively. Riflemen seldom fire at objects further off than, say, 1,200 yards, so that you might think that, given correct sighting in the weapon and a positive knowledge of the range, both rifles would have equal chances of making a hit. This is not the fact, however, for the more powerful rifle sends its bullet on a course much more nearly parallel to the ground than does the other. Therefore, an object 6 feet high would evidently run greater risks of being hit somewhere by the 2-mile rifle than by the 1 mile. Thus, if at 1,200 yards the bullet had fallen to within 6 feet of the ground, it might not actually strike earth till it had traveled 1,400 yards. Whereas with a lesser velocity and higher curve, the point of impact might be only 50 yards behind. Evidently a 6-foot man would be in danger anywhere in a belt 200 yards broad were the high-velocity rifle in operation, though the danger zone with the other weapon would be contracted to 50 yards. At close quarters, a flat trajectory is even more valuable, since it diminishes the need for altering the sights. If a rifle's point-blank range is up to 600 yards, you can fire at a man's head anywhere within that distance with a good chance of hitting him. The farther he is away, the lower he will be hit. A high trajectory would necessitate an alteration of the sights for every 50 yards beyond, say, 200. The velocity of a projectile is increased, 1. by increasing the weight of the driving charge, 2. by decreasing the friction between the barrel and the projectile. An American inventor, Mr. Orland C. Cullen, has adopted a means already well tried in mechanical engineering to decrease friction. He has produced a rifle, the barrel of which has in its walls 8 spiral grooves of almost circular section, a small arc of the circle being cut away so as to put the groove in continuous communication with the bore of the barrel. These grooves are filled with steel balls, 1/10 of an inch in diameter, which are a good fit, and on the slot side of the groove project a very tiny distance into the barrel. The bullet, of hard steel, as it is driven through the barrel, does not come into contact with the walls, but runs over the balls, which grip it with sufficient force to give it a spinning motion. The inventor claims that there is no appreciable escape of gas round the bullet, as the space between it and the barrel is so minute. The ball races, or grooves, extend back to the powder chamber and forward to the muzzle. Their twist ceases a short distance from the muzzle to permit the insertion of recoil cushions, which break the forces of the balls as they are dragged forward by the bullet. Mr. Cullen holds that a rifle built on this principle gives 40% greater velocity than one with fixed rifling. To be exact, has a point-blank range of 650 yards as compared with 480 yards of the Lee Metford, and will penetrate 116 planks 1 inch thick each. The absence of friction brings absence of heat, which in the case of machine guns has always proved a difficulty. It also minimizes the recoil and reduces the weight of mountings for large guns. Whether these advantages sufficiently outweigh the disadvantages of complication and cleaning difficulties to render the weapon acceptable to military authorities remains to be seen. We can only say that if the ball bearing proves as valuable in ballistics as it has in machinery, then its adoption for firearms can be only a matter of time. End of Section 30. End of The Romance of Modern Mechanism by Archibald Williams.